knight d3 moves, knight d4 moves, and yeah, he's ready now to play knight c3, followed by rook c1, knight d5, a3, b4. And what black can do here? Yeah, knight d7 with the idea of f5 is one move. Maybe black can play in the style of Benko Gambit. I mean, b5. Okay, maybe not immediately, yeah, but b5 might be an interesting idea. Okay, probably knight d7, knight c3, and maybe black can try to play directly with f5. Basically, this is one of the main ideas in this opening. Yeah, f5.
Just break in the center.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't take, there is going to be a 4.
Exactly, and so then g5, g4.
So white is forced to take.
White is probably forced to take, exactly. And bishop takes or even rook takes, by the way.
By the way, this happened. This happened already.
In many games,
no,
yeah?
No, not in many games, but in this one.
Ah, really?
Already this position is there.
Okay. So
let's go back a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, I was thinking, can black take with the rook, preventing the move c4? I mean, rook f5, no c4 because bishop takes, no d4 because bishop takes c4. But I think anyway white can play d4.
Just sacrifice.
Yeah, just sacrifice this pawn and bishop b3. And if take, maybe double attack, queen d7, and we face all these complications. I don't know.
But what we can tell for sure is that Pranav was ready for it. So he took on f5 with the bishop, d4 was, sorry, the Alman bishop took with the bishop on f5, now d4 was played.
Yeah, black took on d4, knight d4, knight d4.
All the moves incoming so quickly, both players are prepared.
Yeah, so this we are still on the game Matinyan Predke, played 2014, 11 years ago. Now probably taking with the bishop, yeah, is the most logical move here.
And now we're getting this interesting pawn structure. Yeah, where white has 3 against 2 on the king side, which we might say maybe not going to be so easy to create a passer later on because of the king location. But also for black, it's hard to have this pawn structure with for white's pawn on c4 because white cannot expand on the queen side properly.
Yeah. Okay, and probably here black can jump with knight to e5 or c5 or even bishop f6. Okay, I like this one because bishop takes c5, this structure is probably good for black. Because bishop's pair here is probably more important than the compromise structure. And bishop comes to d6, black can organize or bishop to f6, bishop d4. And after bishop knight c5, retreating the bishop probably is like normal option here. Let's say, I don't know, bishop takes c2, queen takes c2, and something like bishop f6. I think that black is very close to equalize. I don't know, if bishop c5 once again, yeah, dc5, and black installs the bishop on d4.
Yeah, and then there will be strong bishops.
Yeah, and then with pressure on f2, so probably white plays or rook d1, or maybe takes immediately, maybe let's say rook to d1. Black can take. Yeah, I believe that black is very close to equalizing.
Yeah, you know what, Viorel, I mean, we see that Pranav is still thinking. So let's discuss the option of queen takes d4. I'm just interested because he's not playing just yet.
Okay, this is very interesting. So maybe white keeps the option to give check and take on b7, yeah? Because otherwise the queen on d4 is a little bit, let's say knight c5. Now queen d5, bishop e6. So this check is just wasting time. And what do you do after knight c5?
And as we discussed, bishop d4 was played. So yeah, he went for it. Of course, yeah, bishop d4 is more logical. He just probably double check, triple check what is happening. And knight c5 instantly, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's quite logical play. And probably both players, they know the game of Martinian and Predkim. Probably they have some improvements here. Bishop c2 and bishop c2, queen c2, bishop f6. This would be like something simpler. I don't know. Maybe black can try the move queen d7. No, queen d7 looks a little bit.
Knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5. Yeah. No, so probably bishop f6. Oh, sorry.
Bishop takes, queen takes, and bishop f6. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to, no place for creativity here. Just takes, and bishop f6, and okay, rook to d1 probably. Here black takes, and a move of the queen, maybe to g5, maybe queen to g5. But can even try, okay, knight e6, knight f4, but then rook g4, okay, knight d5, let's say, rook f7. Yeah, it's a solid position. It's a solid position. Maybe white can push a little bit with f4 here, f5. Yeah, by the way, I mean, white can try to play for advantage here a little bit. I mean, it's not that simple, yeah, because the knight on d5 is probably stronger than the knight on c5.
Can you please b4?
b4 and just give the bishop. Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Yes,
okay, it's probably not a problem, but
no, we have to keep the bishop.
Or maybe knight d5 here, by the way, stopping the move bishop f6. This also can be an option.
Then getting this opposite color bishop
exactly.
position, but
takes. Maybe not when we don't take the bishop immediately. And then rook comes to e1, queen to b3. This knight is strong. Yeah, this is also an interesting, by the way, idea. Yeah. White can just give the bishop. I don't know, bishop h4 looks a little bit. No, it's a good move. Bishop h4, saving the bishop. Maybe next move is c6. Okay, let's say rook e1, bishop b3, queen b3. Attacking the b7 pawn. Queen g5. Okay, let's play a little bit risky here. Queen g5.
Queen g5, okay. But then, are there threats? Bishop,
no.
Maybe bishop e4?
Yeah, but probably just knight takes e7, yeah? Knight takes e7, sorry. And bishop e4, I was counting on this, but f3 and nothing happens here.
No take is possible.
No. Okay. So yeah, knight d5, okay, knight a4, queen a4, bishop h4. This is what we were discussing. Bishop h4, black saves the bishop, and let's say queen b3, maybe the move c6 here. Well, looks a little bit too risky, yeah? Or maybe black can start with bishop e4, by the way. Bishop e4, queen takes b7, and pawn is a pawn.
And queen g5.
Queen g5, and then we have knight f6 check.
Oh.
I think this is the point, yeah?
This is very nice, yeah.
Yeah, and black is not in time to create threats. Okay, so yeah. And what happened here? He did play bishop c2, yeah? I know. This is the current position. Yeah, this is the current position. So he just played queen c2, a safe move, bishop c2, queen c2.
So we are following so far the game of Matignan against Prietke.
Exactly.
And looking at the player's speed, I mean, I believe both players know, although Pranav, we just slow down a little bit, but it might be that he just recalling all the moves from the file, all the variations, and some tactical opportunities, because you have always watch out. You shouldn't always just trust your preparation. You just have to recheck, because as we saw, Pranav, we played this f4. He thought, okay, he recalled this from preparation, that this line works, but it didn't work in that position. Yeah. Sometimes your brain makes tricks with you. And bishop f6 is played. So question is, do you trade the bishops, or do you still have an opportunity to play bishop e3, stepping away?
Well, yeah, this one actually is also interesting, because let's say if you don't take on c3, the knight jumps to d5, yeah? Bishop e3. Yeah, this is an interesting move. Can black play a little bit anti-positional chess? Let's say knight e6, threatening to jump knight d4, and if rook d1, c5. I know, it's bad. I know this is bad, but yeah, but now I want to install something on d4. I don't know, knight, bishop, anything. So knight d5, bishop d4.
I want both knight and the bishop.
Yeah, that will be the ideally, but
By the way, that's what we also, when we spoke yesterday with 𝐤𝐤𝐻 about this variants, he told me about some game called Janus. You hear about this? There
yes,
is a
I
piece
think, yeah,
which is knight and the bishop at the
yeah,
same time.
with two faces, yeah, this Janus is, yeah. Yeah, I think this is actually, it's an old idea. I know from 90s or maybe
Yes,
even
yes,
before,
yes.
yeah, with that piece. And this piece, Janus, I mean, King, King Janus against versus King, it's winning actually.
Yes, because you
Because you
can
can
bring
checkmate,
on
like let's,
f7 or f2 if you.
yeah, on f6 also is checkmate.
On f6 also, yes.
Also checkmate, yeah. So you can checkmate with this piece. I mean, this piece actually might be stronger than the queen.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Nice.
yeah, and bishop e3 was played, or not yet? Ah, no, not yet. Thinking, yeah. Let's see from the camera. Bishop e3 was played.
Wow.
And
Okay.
bishop takes c3 instantly. Wow.
Oh, by the way, bishop e3, I think it was played also in the game. Look at this. Yeah, bishop e3 was positioned, and here with black, Predke played c6, which probably, according to Alan Pichot analysis, was not the best move. And that's what also computer evaluation confirms, because we see immediately evaluation bar jumps slightly up. And he analyzed and he plays bishop c3. I mean, what a deep preparation. Now, move 17, he's blitzing out all the moves. Also, Pranav is playing very quickly. Queen takes f3, queen takes c3 happened on the board. And Pranav is thinking. So let's just highlight following. If Pranav plays a draw now, he's at least sharing first place. So this is like, if he plays a draw, it's a safe way for him.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he's just at least sharing the first place. But it's going to be so difficult to win for the other guys, for Tabatabai and Jacobson. They play against such strong players. So
and queen f6 played by Alan Pichot, so he is ready to play this endgame. Well, it looks like white. By the way, white is better here. White is slightly better. I mean, let's say after queen takes f6, rook f3, rook d1. There is this positional threat of bishop takes c5 in some moments. I mean, white can even push on the queen side a little bit. I don't know. Despite of, let's say, computer's evaluation that with just saying like zeros, in a practical game, I think white is slightly better.
And also,
this is my opinion.
Yeah, Viorel, we also have on the bottom of our screen the result of the round 8. Also, our dear viewers can see them. So we have the results of the top, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 boards. So you can also see the results from yesterday. There was a draw on board 1 between Abhimanyu Mishra and Pranav V, and Pranav V saved his lead because he was up the full point. But it was Tabatabai and Jacobson who strike yesterday and get only half a point distance from the leader. And we have many draws, of course. Jose Martinez against Fujairah played a draw. And also very important, Viorel Nihal Sarin started really, I mean, not so great, but he's starting to get in the top of the leaderboard. And if he wins today, he can get even to top 3 maybe.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, losing first round and also playing in round 3, I think 2-3, not so well, but slowly coming back. Yeah, this we call it class. Yeah, a class player. I mean, even if you are not in your best shape, but anyway, you can show a good result. Yeah, rook d1. I mean, in my opinion, Pranav V can play this a little bit decent game. I mean, it's not dead draw, yeah, because we are used to see, okay, this is like dead draw, structure is symmetrical, same pieces on the board, and it's nothing to do. But this here, I mean, here white can a little bit push. I mean, you have majority on the king side, you have better bishop against the knight, and you have this outpost on d5. You can use it for the rook. Yeah, rook d5, rook d1, g4, king g2, h4. I like white's position. I think that he can push a little bit.
And just for one moment, I think I heard that we have a result on the first board in Masters. If we can go down to the Masters, and I'll try to pull up the camera.
Okay.
Ah, so the second board.
No, this.
But one, yeah, so now we see the second board in the Masters because first board is finished. So,
Yeah, so this is the first board in Masters. Okay, it was this draw. Well, I can say that once I made the same draw in the Olympiad against 𝐒𝐡𝐤𝐬. It was the match of Moldova-Israel, the Olympiad in 2006 in Spain. And I didn't have like anything better, anything good against this knight g4, and I just made a draw.
And you know, he made a draw because we have on the first board now playing Hardaway, who was leading the tournament with 7 points, and Ashraf with 6.5 points. With this draw, Hardaway claims himself the clear first with 7.5 points. So he's the winner of the Masters tournament. So huge congratulations to Brington Hardaway. He has played an amazing tournament. We are not following so much of Masters, but I heard that we will soon have an interview with him. So I'm looking forward to hear from his experience. And for Artin Ashwar, FIDE master from Iran. I believe he was also interviewed a couple of times after his brilliant victories. He had 6.5 points. Now he's getting 7 points. There are players who can still catch him, but he has a very strong tiebreak, so he will at least share second place. So it's also a great result for him. So I think we can congratulate both of the players.
Yeah, good tournament for junior player Hardaway Brington. As I know, he got a wild card. Yeah, and then he will play this Grand Swiss now in Samarkand, starting after a couple of days.
Nice.
Yeah, so
yeah, great performance before and great preparation for the Grand Swiss, and yeah, amazing. All right, so I think we go back to the
and
to
Queen
the
F6,
superstars.
and Pranav is still thinking. Still thinking, okay, I mean, rook, queen takes queen, rook takes f6, rook d1, and I believe he can push a little bit, yeah? I mean, at least you can try, yeah, for a couple of moves. If you see that something is not going exactly well, you can anytime take on c5 and just eliminate, I mean, the any possibility of black to play for advantage, let's say like this. Yeah, just taking on f6, take on f6, and rook d1, and I don't know. Maybe he can be even ambitious here with white a little bit.
Of course, also you have the bishop against the knight. You have pawns on the both sides. The position is open.
Yeah, yeah.
Usually bishop is better in such positions, but of course, it's always.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So for black, it's no weaknesses. Yeah, no weaknesses. Black controls the open file. I mean, yeah, it's not easy to white for white to get. Yeah. Okay, this and maybe something like rook d1. You trade one pair of rook, then you bring the king.
Maybe you can push before c5.
Maybe you can push before c5. Yeah. I mean, maybe immediately, but yeah, knight d7. Probably black is okay. Now white should be careful because maybe rook can come to. Okay, actually no danger here because rook e4, rook d4. White changes one pair of rook and then coming with the king, maybe pushing a little bit g4, h4. I don't know. I would play a little bit with white here. I don't believe. Yeah, queen takes f6 happened. Rook f6 and rook d1. Yeah, probably. Yeah, this is the current position.
Yeah, this is what we see.
Let's see if Pranav is ambitious or he can just yeah, he can just secure a draw here.
And the other board where there are no queens already there is board number 5. I just suggest to go there to check what happened. It's Sam Shankland against Jose Martinez. Later we'll go again to the board 2 and 3. Yeah, but just for a moment.
We have Berlin variation of
Berlin Endgame.
Berlin Endgame, yeah, Berlin Wall. I mean, it's hard to break.
The series starting here, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So knight c3, b6, one of the 10 moves. 10 possible moves here, like h5, h6, bishop e7, bishop e6, a6, a5, b6. I mean, all the legal moves almost are possible here. Knight e7, b6, knight e4, bishop e6, g4, knight e7, knight d4. Okay. Okay, so this is not a draw. This is far from to be a draw. This is just a very complex endgame. I mean, white got better development and let's say, I mean, pawn's advantage on the king side, yeah, 4 against 3. But from the other hand, black's position is solid, plus bishop's pair. Yeah, this is always, this endgame is always not easy to play, and even not easy to prepare against, because even the computer might say like 0-5, still zero means nothing, absolutely. So knight d4, and here black can play with two ideas. Just keep the bishop with bishop d7 and trying to play with force c5 idea, or just black can give the bishop. I don't know if immediately or something like maybe knight g6 or knight. No, I think better is just to keep the bishop in this position with bishop d7.
Can you keep the bishop with bishop d5?
With bishop d5, yeah, but you just basically give this bishop.
One more time.
Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe
bishop
you can.
c4.
Yeah, bishop c4, gaining some tempo, rook e1, rook to d8.
But by the way, if you give up your bishop on d5, you can fix your pawn structure.
Yeah, it's true, but the white is more advanced on the king side with the pawns. Yeah, you can do this, let's say, by playing h5 here. It's quite often black plays this kind of position. Let's say knight takes d5. Now you fix your structure, but still, after, let's say, move like king g2, followed by f4, f5, white is just a little bit faster by his pawns. I mean,
just to create a passer.
Yeah, I mean, now c5 might be knight to b5, then black-white plays with f4. I mean, still this position is far from to be simple. Let's say f5, knight c5, c5, knight b5, and you know, king to d7, maybe knight to d6, maybe f4. Yeah.
It's very tough. If we go now to the current position, what do you say? Who has better chances in this Berlin endgame? Sam Shanton, someone who has more experience, or Jose Martinez, who is more sharp and dangerous, especially in online and faster time
Well,
control?
as far as I know, Berlin variation is his main weapon. Martinez, Jose Martinez. I mean, he played, I don't know, like a huge number of online games. I know hundreds, maybe thousands. And you get experience from playing online games. I mean, if you play it seriously, if you analyze after. So to me, this is not so simple. I mean, I would say that Sam Shanton, yeah, he's more experienced. He's a good endgame player, but also Jose Martinez, he played so many games with Berlin. I mean, that I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say here.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, it is really hard
to say. Definitely a tough battle. So let's go maybe just give an update from board one, because they traded many pieces. So
everything, yeah. So bishop takes c5 and rook e1. This rook to f1. Okay. Probably it doesn't matter so much. Okay. Now it's clear why this, because after rook e1, rook d8, rook e7, there is rook d2, yeah, targeting both pawns. And if you go with the same line here,
then the pawn is defended.
Then the pawn is defended, and this is very important. White might win a pawn. No, first maybe white plays here.
b3.
b3, exactly. Rook takes a2.
And then rook c7, attacking two pawns.
Yes,
maybe
and if black plays here rook f7, then we have this repetition. Black probably cannot avoid it, because rook c8, you don't really want to play the move rook c8 because you are too passive. So probably this is kind of a draw offer, yeah. This is what I feel.
Okay, yeah, what can we say? I mean, one more time for Pranav, the draw will mean at least sharing the first place. Only if someone will catch him between Tabata Bay or Jacobson. And here we have the prizes. This is what players are fighting for. And this is why it's so important, to fight in the last round, especially for the players who still have a chance, is because first place gets 23,000 US dollars. And for the second, it's 13,000, 10,000 dollars difference. Of course, such a huge difference, you have to fight for the first place. Third place gets 9,000, fourth with 8,000 US dollars, fifth with 7,000, sixth place with 6,000, seventh place with 5, eighth with 4, ninth with 3, and 10th with 2. What a prize fund, $80,000 only for the Superstars tournament.
Yeah, and probably Total prize is 125, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, from all the three tournaments, dear viewers, we have three tournaments played here. So we have also Masters and we have Open section, but of course this is the main event, Superstars. They have the most prize fund. So this is, it already sounds really great, $80,000 US, but overall it's even more. So yeah, definitely a great tournament,
yeah.
very impressive. And I think it's, yeah, we have here also the prizes for the Masters tournament. This is what Brewington will bring home, or first to Samarkand and then home. It's first place, $5,000 US, second place 4, then we have 3.5, 3, 2.5, 2,000, 1.5, 1, 1,300, 1,200, and 1,200 for the last two places. So these are amazing prizes which we have here. We have also special prizes. It's very important to highlight the best performing female players as well as Arab players. And also there are rating category prizes, as you can see, dear viewers. It's important always.
So this is probably for Masters group, yeah?
This is for the Masters, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, good.
No 2,400 in the Superstars.
Quite logical.
Yes. So it's amazing how the local authorities, how the Fujairah Chess Club, I mean, is creating these opportunities for the players and also rewarding everybody. So it's not only about the best players, but it's also about the best female players, the best junior players, the best Arab players also. I really like it how United Arab Emirates Federation is bringing more and more children into chess.
Yeah, impressive. I know I'm more than 8 years here as working as a coach, and many clubs are investing in chess. I mean, just some examples. Yeah, probably the 4 strongest opens in the world are here in the United Arab Emirates. I mean, Sharjah Masters, Abu Dhabi Festival, Dubai Open, and now Fujairah, the 4th one. So it's actually a full circuit, 4 tournaments with impressive prize fund. And United Arab Emirates was awarded or granted with the Chess Olympiad in 2028 in Abu Dhabi. So I expect that, let's say, in the upcoming years, they will organize more tournaments, more official tournaments, maybe World Cup or team championships. Yeah, and example of Salem shows that everything is possible, even if you are not from a, let's say, country with chess tradition, with deep chess tradition. Still, the country can produce strong players, grandmasters, top grandmasters. And just recently, in a Arab Championship, Arab Junior Championship, many players from United Arab Emirates managed to get the titles, and this is also very important. For the country, for the chess community here, because really they like chess, they invest in chess. It's impressive.
Viorel, do you think Saleh Salem is the main influencer of chess, so to say, in UAE, and he was the reason so much supporters been found and started to invest in chess?
Well, Salem, yeah, of course, he's let's say the brightest example, but also I would like to mention the female player, Rhoda Al-Serkal. She became grandmaster at the age of 15, and she became the world champion first girls under 8 and then girls under 9. So it's also, by the way, it's a good example, because to win a kids tournament, let's say World Junior, it's not so easy, yeah, because especially you are competing with so big countries like India, China, and US, and a small country with not really big chess traditions, you still can produce world champions and grandmasters. So I believe 2 examples, yeah, Salem in the men's chess and Rhoda Al-Serkal in women's. I mean, just yeah, this is just. And I would say I am the coach of both of them. So I made Rhoda Al-Serkal world champion back in.
Wow, really?
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
Back in 2018 in Brazil.
Congratulations to you.
Well, it was 7 years ago.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, and next year she won World School Under 9 in Albania. It was a World School Championship at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, so as we can see, it's important for each country to have their own chess heroes for whom the children are looking up to and thinking, okay, well, one day I want to become Saleh, one day I want to become Rhoda. So definitely great athletes, great chess players. And she's also playing in the Masters tournament, by the way. I saw that she was playing here.
Yeah, she's playing, actually, she played all the tournaments here in Emirates. I mean, it was Abu Dhabi first, I mean, before, and now in Masters here. And also she played, by the way, in the Women World Cup this summer in Georgia. Okay, unfortunately, she was eliminated by very experienced Irina Krush, so it's, yeah, okay.
But okay, she had such a huge opportunity, amazing. So let's move on probably to board 2, what is happening there, because it's Tabatabaei who is half a point behind Pranav. If he wins, he still has a chance to surpass Pranav.
Yeah, and we have Donchenko playing with white pieces. Okay, so what do we have here? Starting like Catalan, but no. So soon probably we'll have a Benoni type of the position, yeah? So white can choose, or you play b4 and this is like Benko gambit, or you play e3 and then we got Benoni structure position. Taking knight a3, castle, knight c2, e5 and b4, yeah?
So now we are getting this modern Benoni reverse with lost tempo for black. So not only did black started with a one tempo less, but they also lost one tempo on e3, e6, e5.
Yeah, it's correct. But anyway, yeah, there is a big difference, yeah, because here as white you play for an advantage, yeah, and it's actually put more pressure on white's play, on white's
ambitions.
Yeah, because I mean Benoni is a good opening, but if you play as black, everybody knows that it's really difficult. Yeah.
So it's improved Benoni now.
Yeah, I would say this is improved Benoni, but still not enough probably to get an advantage as white. Okay, e5 and b4. Yeah, this is typical idea. White is trying to trade the b pawn for the pawn e5, and now it's black to decide. Yeah, how do you deal with? I mean, probably taking on before this is the one. This is probably the best move here. But also black can avoid and just play a6. a6 followed by rook e8, and you just give white based on the queen side. But you say, okay, I don't care. I just play my plan with h6, bishop f5, queen d7, rook e8. But of course, the more principle is to take on b4. Knight takes b4, bishop takes b4, knight takes e5, and white gets the initiative. Yeah, rook b1 is coming, bishop a3, queen to a4, maybe bishop f4 or bishop g5. I mean, still black has problems with bishop on c8 and then rook on a8. So I believe that, okay, instead of, here on knight a3, I believe that black should play a little bit different, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe first with, how do they play here? With h6? Well, it was a move order.
Is there also bishop a3?
No, I mean bishop a3 here, yeah, you just, okay, yeah, you can do this, but I believe that white can just play this position, let's say like rook b1 or rook e1 and the knight, yeah.
Okay.
So no, it was a move to stop this b5. I know, it's not bishop d6. It's with the bishop on e7 here. But
okay.
It's a little bit different,
okay,
yeah.
It's different, of course.
Yeah. And castle, knight c2, pawn hangs, and...
you have to defend the pawn. If bishop was on e7, pawn would not hang.
And you could play a5 move, yeah. And now you cannot play a5 because pawn on e5 hangs, so e5 and b4, yeah.
So you have to go with, you have to go e5, but then you allow b4.
Well, I think still you can play the move bishop e7. It looks like losing a tempo, but here it maybe doesn't matter so much. Just stopping b5, b4, or white anyway is
okay,
yeah. Anyway.
But of course, if you want to get this position, of course, you start with a bishop e7. You don't lose the time later. But we have
rook e8, yeah. Rook e8 was played, so black is just ignoring white's.
And by the way, attacking the pawn on b4.
Yeah.
Because pawn on e5 is fully defended. Now knight b4 is a threat, and that's why white is playing rook e1.
Yeah, actually with white you can also push the pawns like
b5 or c5.
Or no, starting with c5 and then b5. Let's say c5, bishop c7, b5. Yeah. And then probably black plays knight e7, knight g6, or knight b8, knight d7. It depends on the situation. Let's say knight to e7, rook e1, knight g6. Yeah, we have this position from Jacopiano, yeah, knight on e7,
Yes.
knight g6. And yeah, and then you could just continue with a4 and bishop a3, I don't know, knight b4, knight d2, knight c4. I mean, you have many ideas here with white. So basically, yeah, but instead white just played rook e1, yeah?
Not rushing yet.
Inviting to the same line, yeah, with knight b4, bishop b4. Okay, rook e5. This time with exchange of the rooks, yeah? Is there any difference? Okay, probably.
Okay, one difference is that, of course, the king side rook of black was the one which is active. The queen side rook is going to be many times on this under the spin.
Yeah, it's quite logical.
And for white, the a1 rook, it can easily come out to b1 and put pressure on b7.
Yeah.
So maybe it's good for white to trade this.
Yeah. So once again, yeah, you black. I mean, from the beginning, choose this strategy not to take on b4. So probably even here, yeah, black will just ignore the threat of b5 or c5. I mean,
yeah, because now it doesn't make sense anymore. If one move ago, probably it would be still possible.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably black can play a6 or maybe just ignore by playing bishop f5.
Or bishop g4.
Or maybe even bishop to g4, yeah? Okay, bishop g4, h3. And now
down you have
to h5, yeah, probably. Just to keep the spin. And now white pushes everything, let's say.
c5, b5.
Or first b5 and then g4, knight h4. I don't know how to start with. Maybe to start with b5, knight. Now knight e7. This might be just losing a pawn. And if knight to b8, then anyway g4, bishop g6, and knight h4. So this is, I believe, the position to avoid with black pieces. So once
Looks
again,
like it.
yeah. So once again, so b5, maybe knight to b4. Wow, that's one is. So then white should just change the move order. Maybe starting with g4, bishop g6, and now b5. Yeah. And if knight b4, this is just losing a pawn. Yeah. Knight b4, bishop b4, and rook takes e5. Yeah, not so easy. Not so easy for black. If knight b8, now knight goes to h4. So rook e1, was played, and now black is thinking.
By the way, we have a first result on the last board. And guess what it was?
Probably a draw.
Yes, it is a draw, and it's a famous draw. We can go quickly there. No, not on the last board. Okay, for some reason it showed me it was last 16. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The Berlin draw. We have seen hundreds of games played.
So now we have already the second time. We saw the draw on the Masters in the first board. That was first draw that we teach our viewers.
Yeah.
And this is the second one. Can we?
From the beginning.
From the beginning, just to show how it goes. So I think there was like some sacrifice or trade of the. The sacrifice of the bishop, but knight is trapped.
Knight is trapped. Yeah, knight to d4, takes, and d5. And we have this trade of everything and repetition.
Okay, of course you can still play on here, but everything is even, like all position is completely mirrored, and I think for both players, since the tournament was not going so well. For Motelo, by the way, he started with 2 wins.
Yeah.
First and second round against strong players.
Incredible, and after.
And then he lost. I forgot to him he lost, but then he lost. Second loss was to Jujiner for sure.
Yeah, he lost 2 games in a row. Yeah, first he lost with Aminta Batabe was no, not with.
Was it Abhimanyu Mishra? No, not Abhimanyu Mishra. I'm going to check, but we can move on probably to the to the third board. We haven't checked it just yet.
Okay, and here we have the game of Nihal Sorin playing again with white pieces.
Jose Martinez. That endgame, remember?
The endgame, the rook's endgame.
Oh, yeah.
So Nihal Sorin against Jacobson Brandon, and we have the call system. Okay.
Mm.
B3.
And now this is like Larson.
Yeah, Larson. Yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Mix, some mix.
And once again, I was just yeah. If Black could play this maneuver with Chevy a6, like in yesterday's game of same Nihal Sarin against Jujunir.
But this is a different one.
Yeah, it's of course it's a different, and Jacobson just played bishop to b7, and we have this hanging pawns probably position. We will have soon rook e1, no, knight e4. Yeah, so let's say if Black plays c5, we might have the same this hanging pawns position, yeah, which is.
But you know what I'm thinking here? Why should Black even play for c5? Because that will just open the bishop on b2.
Yeah, but from the other hand, this is like a fight for the center, yeah? I mean, this is also important. And also fight for space, yeah? Because if you don't play c5, white has more space. 2 pawns in the center against 1, yeah? C4, d4 against d5.
Maybe there could be a plan to somehow insert the knight on e4 at some moment if white takes on d. Okay, he goes immediately.
Yeah, queen c2.
Okay.
And knight f6. Also, I was thinking, can Black play the Dutch wall? I mean, the stone wall structure by f5 here. I mean, I believe this is playable. This is playable. It's probably just different approach. Yeah, you can play with f5 here. So instead of knight f6.
Yeah, just to do the stone wall.
Yeah, and then you just develop your queen on f6. Rook e8 or rook f6, rook h6, this famous attack, and then bishop takes h2.
Because the bishop is on b2 right now. It's not on. Usually, bishop on f4 is very dangerous because it's targeting all the dark squares which are weak. But in this case,
yeah. So f5 was.
Decent try.
Yeah. So instead knight f6, and this is the current position. Yeah. This is current position. Okay. So taking everything is. Maybe white can try to play with knight e5 and f3 one day. I don't know if immediately or not. Maybe knight e5. Yeah, knight e5 and f3 looks decent. Yeah, c5 anyway. Taking on d5, taking on d5 and f3. Yeah, this is probably how white should play this position. Knight g5 and something like rook to d1. Okay, so this is the current position, and okay, white can play a move like, yeah, just rook d1, but I believe this is like more important, yeah. First you play against the knight on e4, next move is f3.
Yes, you have to deal with it.
Trying, can Black, no, probably this is dubious, but I was just trying. Takes and knight g4. Then... Okay, playing for tricks once again, yeah, because if white takes the pawn, then probably this is no queen d2, no knight f2, no queen h4, no tricks.
Oh.
Because queen h4, queen f4, defending everything, knight f2, king f2, queen d2, rook e2. And if queen d2, then just queen takes the knight. Okay, so once again, yeah, playing for tricks is a bad idea. Yeah. So
unless there is time trouble. Trouble.
Yeah, so then knight e5, and Black just plays c5 here. Once again, yeah, you can play without c5, but not for a very long time, yeah. Like something like queen c7, queen e7, and then white plays maybe f3, or maybe first knight to e2 even. And this knight might be in danger. Unless there is some tricks here, yeah. Takes knight g4, f3, knight takes e3, queen c1, and the knight is lost. Oh,
the knight's trapped. Okay, double attack.
Yeah, double attack, yeah. Okay, some I mean, some fantasy, nothing, no, absolutely no connection with the reality. So
we would prefer the position with the pawn on f5.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking, because instead of knight f6 f5, Black is controlling the square e5, which is very important. Yeah.
By the way, this position happened in one game. Look at this.
Yeah.
And okay, not such a weak players.
Yeah, Peralta with black pieces is, I think, Argentinian grandmaster. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and we have here also on the first board the Argentinian who is now representing Spain.
Yeah, yes. And
Knight d to f6.
yeah,
Yeah, so this current position for 𝐒𝐻𝐠𝐴𝐴 is the choice to go for knight e5 or not.
I don't know, maybe just a move like rook d1, nothing wrong with this move. Yeah, just bring the rook to the center. You put the rook against the queen, and if c5, there is always, yeah, some.
I think when c5, somehow white is always ready.
Yeah, exactly. Even this.
That's why I don't like the c5.
Yeah. So black cannot take with the pawn because bishop f6. Black also probably doesn't want to take with the knight because after bishop takes, pawn takes, some moves like knight e5, maybe bishop e5, maybe queen c3. So many tactical ideas here. Yeah. So rook d1 or knight e5. Actually, knight e5 allows the move c5. So maybe rook d1 is just stopping everything. Of course, black can just step out from the pin by queen e7 and nothing wrong with
But also let's not forget, Jakobsen is playing here for potential first place. He has 5.5 points, just half a point behind Pranav V. Now he sees the board, obviously, of Pranav V. He sees that there is a huge chance for a draw there. And he knows in order to catch up with him, he has to win the game, which is not so easy. He's playing against top-seeded 𝐒𝐻𝐠𝐴A𝐴, super strong Indian prodigy. I mean, this is definitely not such an easy battle, especially with the black pieces. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, in this case, I mean, in this scenario, my advice is just play the position. Don't try to look your opponents, your
rating,
everything. Yeah, just play the position. Just try to play the best moves, and if draw happens or some massive trades, okay, you just accept because you play with black pieces. I mean, you just don't make mistakes. I mean, this is important.
We have another interesting position on board 4. Let's move on there. There is Fujairah facing Abhimanyu Mishra. Abhimanyu Mishra, who had chances even yesterday against the current leader, Pranav V. He had a chance to get a huge, I mean, he had a huge advantage. He had a chance to win even. But unfortunately, he didn't. There was a draw. And
yeah, today he plays with super solid Sanan Sugirov.
And he goes for Sicilian.
And yeah, once again, this bishop d5 check against Sicilian. Queen e2, knight c6, c3. Well, I've played myself with white maybe 100 games with this variation. e6 and d4, yeah. d5 immediately without taking on d4. e5, knight e4, bishop e3. Now taking bishop e7, knight e1. This is the main move, yeah. So now white is trying to trap the knight f6 or f5. I mean, both moves are actually possible here. Let's say f5 is another candidate here. So f6, f3, knight g5, and knight d3. Yeah, this is how white is playing, and knight to d2. So white is waiting for the retreat of the knight to f7, and only after knight f7, white plays the move f4. Not immediate, because black can jump back to e4. So let's say after knight f7, white plays f4. Now white stabilizes the center. After knight h6, even white can play with g4 here in some positions. Yeah, and black is usually plays on the king side, on the queen side with rook c8. Yeah, so b6 was played immediately, and a3. And once again, yeah, this is still theoretical position. Look at this. Can you believe that Sugirov spent on move a3 more than half an hour? So this is the position. Yes, look at the time situation. Just
let's recall yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. This is theoretical position, very well known. I mean, with I don't know many games here, maybe hundreds. And after b6, on move a3, he spent more than half an hour. a3.
Oh.
I believe this is very important move. Yeah, like, but it's just a move a3. You just push the pawn on one square, and you spend half an hour for this move. Okay, it's just of course.
Maybe it's a personality thing. What do you think? Is it his thing? To spend time. It's like Grishuk thing.
Yeah,
always getting in time trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, he's trying to go deep into the position. I mean, He's trying to find the best move, maybe to play something original. And but why this was the super important moment? Yeah. Well, it's actually explanation might be simple. Yeah. So around here, his knowledge, let's say, ended, and he just decided, okay, let's try to find the plan. Yeah. Let's try to to go deep into the position. And a3 probably is the move important. I mean, for him to avoid the move knight b4. Maybe to play b2, b4 in the future. Okay. So as I know, white also is playing here the rook on e1. Yeah, this on rook e1, trying to force black to play f5 or to trade on e5. Yeah.
Yes.
So rook a to e1, but probably maybe he didn't like the move knight f7, f4, and something like knight b4. Yeah. Otherwise, why do you stop the move knight b4? Okay, so it's this too, for me. This is too deep. This move a3, and especially you spend so much time. Yeah. Okay, and black can just play rook c8. Maybe black can play a5, a4 idea with knight a5, trying to control the weak squares. Once again, nothing wrong with the move knight f7, but after a4, white probably gets the position, the position that he wants to. Knight h6 and g4. Yeah, this is probably important.
Wow.
Yeah, you just stop knight f5. I mean,
so it's not even attacking move, but it's
no,
or prophylactic.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, I mean, you can use this pawn later in the
yeah.
attack, like with h3, and then bringing the knight on f3. So it's usually like something like rook c8, h3, I don't know, rook c7, knight f3. This is why it's set up, yeah. Everything is under control, and later you just play something like rook f2, rook f1, and just start to create some threats on the king side.
Comfortable space advantage, great pieces, and just slow play.
And what else black can do here? Yeah, b6, a3. Well, this structure, I believe that white is better than this structure. Taking with the pawn back, and yeah, you do have this passed pawn in the center, yeah, protect passed pawn. But this is still not an endgame, and white got the majority on the king side. And this might be very unpleasant, yeah. So for the same reason, if you go knight f7, f4, knight h6, g4, and then white just can improve this position. You never can play d4 because white got the square e4, so it's usually considered to be not so good for black. F takes e5. Okay, so knight f7, sooner or later black probably will be forced to play this move. I mean, you can delay. Let's try to delay this move. Let's say by playing a5. Yeah, a5 with idea a4 and maybe
grabbing some space, maybe knight c4 one day.
So and here white can start, let's say, just by rook e1, and now forcing black to take the decision. Yeah, what do you do with this structure? Do you play f5? Do you play knight f7? Do you take on e5? Pawn on e6 actually is not hanging yet. Pawn is not hanging. Okay, let's continue with a4. Yeah, because now taking on f6, bishop f6, bishop g5, bishop g5, and then the pawn on d4 hangs. So now, yeah, rook e1, a4, so white can continue. And if f4, as I said, now black can jump back to d4, to e4, sorry. This is very important, and you cannot take because the pawn on d4 hangs. Taking, knight f2, knight d4. Okay, interesting position. So black can delay the move knight f7 or f5 by just playing a5, a4.
Rook c8, maybe.
Yeah, maybe rook c8. Yeah, this is like normal move. Once again, this is like rook e1.
Just improving.
Yeah.
But anyway, sooner or later you have to make decision. Yeah, knight f7 or take.
Yeah, knight f7 once again. Yeah, we have this. We face this position where white
so maybe
is playing.
take, yes.
And if you take this structure, I just mentioned a little bit earlier that this one might be not the way you want to play, because yeah, you do have this square, you have the control in front of but the majority on the king side is much more important. Maybe black can play something like this. I'm trying to fight for the open file. And this scenario, knight to b3, yeah? And knight d4.
Yeah, looks like this. I mean, just going with the knight to d4 makes, of course, a lot of sense. Just blockading.
Yeah, blockading, and then maybe white can even push with h4, h5 instead of f4. Yeah, so a3, and now it's time for Mishra to think, yeah?
And now Mishra is thinking.
Yeah, a3, I mean, a deep move, yeah? A deep move, otherwise you don't spend more than half an hour on this
not.
Actually, the point is just you stop the move knight d4, yeah? In some position, you don't want to trade your beautiful knight on d3 or the knight on c6. And he did play bishop f4, bishop c, but I think this is a slight mistake. This is a slight mistake, because after f4, white got the structure that he wants to get, yeah? So knight h6, knight h6, g4. Okay, anyway, nothing wrong. Black can play this French type of the structure, even by playing f5. But here white slowly improves with king h1, rook g1, h3, g4, doubling the rooks on the g.
There are breaks in the position.
There are breaks, yeah, knight f3. I mean, slowly you can improve forever on this position. One of the games that I remember is the game of Svetushkin against Delchev, played something like 20 years ago. Actually, I recommend that game. Maybe we can find the game here in the database. I don't know.
Maybe we can try to find if we... This position?
Yeah, in this position, it was the game Svetushkin with Delchev. How to find the game? Not easy, yeah? Maybe it was the move b6. It was the move before b6. So to me, that game was something even more important than Kasparov's game.
Here below.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Miroshnichenko, Svetushkin. Okay, that's another game. Yeah, I found the game.
You found it.
I found the game. Yeah. So this is the game I want to show, because it produced on me like very big impression. Knight f3, rook c8, rook to c1, b6, bishop d2. So white just slowly improved the position, g4 and g5. Yeah, that was very important. Taking some space on the queen side, then g6, king h2, bringing the rooks, bringing the bishop. Very important move. That's just no knight h4, no counterplay. Rook to g2, a4, also taking some space there. Rook a2, lifting the rook. Rook f2, rook g1, bishop d2, knight e1, important. The other rook cannot come. King h1, queen d3, yeah. Okay, maybe it was not...
of course, not
yeah.
Mistake,
it's actually, yeah. But somehow it produced... No, actually...
Yeah, such a tough strategic battle,
yeah? Yeah. Actually, black was winning, yeah? Black won the game.
Black won, yeah.
Okay, but I don't remember why this game was so important for me. Okay, sometimes you just remember the game, which makes no sense. Okay. Okay. So,
but it was a good game.
Yeah, it was Kasparov's game there and other players, but somehow Delchev Svetushkin, I don't know why. Yeah, looks how our memory works sometimes. Yeah. So black actually won a nice game. Okay.
So good example for Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah, and okay. So knight to d2, b6 and a3, super deep move. Black played the move knight f7, f4 was played, and knight a5. Yeah, this is the current position. So black is trying to bring his knight to c4. Black is trying to bring his knight on c4. Okay, so how to stop it? And do we really need to stop it? Maybe we don't, yeah?
We have to see the structure. What happens after b4, knight c4, and then there will be b5. Yeah, we cannot.
Yeah, so no, this square is too important. Just
so maybe rook ac1.
Rook ac1, rook ac8, and once again, knight c4 is
threat.
On the threat, yeah.
And in the reads, of course, you can always remove the knight from d3 to f2, but we don't want to remove that.
No, that knight. And once again, even if you do this, if you manage this queen a4, and black can just once again create the threat of knight c4.
Now there is b4 and you have to defend a3 after.
b4, yeah. Knight c6, and then what do you do with the pawn? So once again, yeah, this is the position, rook c1, rook c8. Is knight c4 such a big threat? Can white play this prophylactic idea? I don't know. I'm just trying. Bishop f2. And if knight c4, I wanted to go for somehow take on or f5. No, this is too much, yeah? Yeah, this is too much. And if white ignores, then the knight on c4 is super strong, yeah? Yeah, this is probably super strong knight. I would just wanted to ignore and then just continue my plan with g4, rook e1. I don't know. Okay, so knight a5 is played and rook c1, but I believe that white can just ignore, maybe immediately knight f3. Knight f3, I just give the square, I don't know. Knight c4, bishop f2. And knight alone here does not such a great job, let's say, because white can just play rook e1, concentrate on the king side. So knight a5, I believe that white just should ignore this knight c4 by just removing all the pieces on the way of the knight. Bishop f2, knight c4, knight f3.
Yeah, and bishop f2 was played in
Really?
state games. Yeah.
Bishop f2 was played, yeah?
Yes, according to other statistics. So this is the master's database, but there is the other one where we show that bishop f2 was played 6 times here.
Okay. Yeah, it's a quite logical move. Yeah, you just ignore everything and just, okay, the knight is strong on c4, but the knight also can be far from the king side.
It is.
Bishop f2, knight c4, knight f3. Okay, let's try a little bit here. Knight, bishop, knight c4, knight f3. Rook c8 and rook e1, yeah.
But it was a different position. It was after b6, I'm sorry. It was a different position. If we go back.
Yeah.
So if we go back a couple of moves, so before a, so after this, instead of a3. Yeah, here we also have this bishop f2 move and rook a1. Okay, so this position here, the bishop f2 was one of the main moves. Okay, but we have a different position already.
Yeah, and probably this can be also a transposition. Yeah, as I see here, there is a transposition. So knight a5 and just maybe bishop f2 here, yeah. That is the game Roder Arkhipov back in 2000, yeah. Okay.
So one game was still played here, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we might get there. What I suggest, probably let's check the first board. What is the leader Pranav doing against Alan Pichot?
By the way, what
happened?
Yeah, exactly. So black didn't play very convincingly this game. So rook e8 check, probably missing here a little bit. I mean, first you have to, the correct way is you take on e1.
And then you play king f7.
Or even you don't play, let's say this, play rook d4 and b3, and you play immediately b5. So if you want to make, not really, yeah? So I was
maybe
just
king f7
king
first?
f7 first, yeah. And then you play for, let's say, king f6 and b5. So if you want to make a draw, just change all your 4 pawns for 3, sacrifice the pawn,
and suffer with 3
a little bit suffer, but it's not a big suffer, just symbolic suffer, yeah, I would say. Yeah, instead black played for rook d1, rook e8 was missed probably, and now this position is already slightly better. Yeah, king e2 and rook d3, and look, Pranav is playing for a win here.
He is, yeah.
It's just better, superior structure now finally, and
now actually, it's 3 pawns which are holding 4 pawns.
Yeah, exactly. And imagine the next move is the rook is also cut off. Then white plays rook d5. Also, you cannot activate your king because after king e6, maybe even rook d8, and I'll just start attacking your pawns. But f4 is a huge threat now.
f4 and then bringing maybe king closer.
King closer, and also you cannot play g5 because of double attack, yeah, and the game is over. So
What do you do?
I don't know. Okay, anyway, probably black can play king e6 here. Yeah, but this one you need to. Yeah.
Suddenly the rook is in the,
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the 8th
So you
rank.
cannot activate the king. For white, the plan is so simple. Just f4, king e4, king e5, if you let me. Maybe g4.
Maybe rook h6 or rook h5, something like
Yeah,
that.
okay, rook h5, g4, rook h6, f4.
Rook e3.
Rook e6 check, and now if you play rook down, you lose this endgame.
Oh yes, you lose the pawn endgame.
Yeah, this is classical, yeah. From
Oh, this is such an unfortunate position to be in. This
yes,
black.
yes. I don't know. I mean, wow. So at the beginning, it looked like I mean, both players they want to make a draw, the quick draw, and after a couple of inaccuracies, one game actually is not easy to play for black. I mean, I don't know what to recommend. Maybe black can try to trade some pawns on the queen side. Let's say c6, f4, and play for b5 idea. Okay, white can just ignore with king e4, followed by king e5. No, actually g4 now is a huge threat, yeah? So rook h6, maybe f5, no square e6, no square d6 for the rook, no square h4 because rook h4, g4, and the rook is kind of, okay, not trapped, but, okay, if black continues with a5, okay, g4.
Oh my god, this is just
King
a
e5.
straightforward plan, just...
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, this
So
is...
probably black was overconfident that the game will end in a draw soon, and he might be punished for it.
And we might have Pranav getting 7 points.
Wow, that would be like really surprising. By the way, once again, yeah, Pranav is choosing very good strategy, yeah. I mean, you play a simple position. I mean, you might say that, okay, I'm ready for a draw, but I can just continue a little bit the game without, I mean, he's playing with no risk here.
Just pressing
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah, why not? Why not? Actually, yeah, this might be already unpleasant after king e3. If not lost, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, because for white it's just a 4, I mean, just clear plan. And
so I just pulled up Pranav's statistics and performance now from this tournament. What do you think his performance rating is?
well, I don't know, but it's clear that it's over 2-8. I don't know.
Yes, you're right. It's 28-21.
Wow. Okay. Impressive.
He had 4 draws and 4 wins.
Okay.
In 8 rounds. And he has won so far plus 23.4 points.
And I expect that he will have more after this round.
Yes.
More rating points, more points in the tournament. Yeah, I mean it's I mean I think this mathematically this game is winning. I don't know, maybe black should try something like very crazy, like rook h6, rook b6, rook b4, and a5. Okay, let's try f6 and rook b6. If you let me to play, let's say rook b4, or starting with a5, yeah, I don't know how is correct to start with a5, rook b6, rook b4, and a4. You have to use your majority on the king side. Otherwise, white is just pushing, and no counterplay for black. Yeah, rook b6 or maybe a4, starting with a4. Okay, so yeah, so this is probably the only chance. Only chance with rook h6, a5, a4, rook b6, rook b4. Otherwise, if you just wait a couple of more moves after a 4 king e4, it might be too late, this counterplay. So rook h6.
And then you want a4, a5, a4.
And a5, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do it.
And also, it's, I mean, white can try to play the rook d5 here, stopping the rook from b6. I mean, if black plays b6, then no more rook b6, and here maybe just a 5, yeah. Okay, yeah, or rook d2 back, or rook d3 back, of course. Okay, so this is Yeah, this is the time to think for Peugeot because yeah, this might be the only chance to go directly immediately for this. Otherwise, might be losing. Wow. Yeah, I mean, let's show one more time. This probably was a little bit. So in rook e1, rook d2, you do play this, and here probably this is the first mistake, first inaccuracy. Yeah.
And he played very fast, yeah?
He did play there. Probably he missed the move rook e8. He just played automatically.
Played like in 1.5, 2 minutes.
Yeah. So first, look at the position. Yeah. Just we compare with rook takes 4. First you play. Yeah, you take king f7, and then you have the position in the game, but with some temp is up for black. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You just play very fast. Rook d4, b5, a5, a4, rook b6, rook d6, rook b6, rook b4. I mean, comparing to the game, you have, I mean, enough counterplay. And in the game, he started just losing, just wasting time. Rook e4, another inaccuracy. I mean, the rook is not active here. b3, rook d4. Of course, white is just bringing his king. You cannot go to the queen's end, to the king's end game. It's just losing. Rook to h4, and after king e3, yeah, we might see one more win for Pranav.
Truly incredible.
Wow.
I mean, he started with a win. It would be also nice to finish with a win. I mean, what a ride it is. He started winning again. First, he was paired against the top seeded Michal Sarin, against whom he lost the last tournament he played, the last rounds.
Really? Okay.
I mean, in the Chennai Masters, yeah, they played against each other. There, Michal Sarin won. Then Pranav not only getting a revenge, but starting this absolutely remarkable streak of wins and also draws. We saw he had some downs in terms of he was getting bad positions at some time, like against Sugirov. Against Vishra. I think that's two games which I can highlight from what we remember. He was having, I mean, not completely losing position, but he definitely was worse and he was struggling, but he somehow managed to bail out. He managed to come back from those games and truly impressive, just saving with a draw. And yeah, now he might win it all with the 7 points. I remember you told the winner needs 6.5 points.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he wants to, he wants even more. 6.5 points for him is not enough. He needs 7.
No, it's actually very simple. Yeah, I mean, you play very safe, but if your opponents, I mean, if you get an opportunity to win or to play for a win, of course you do play. You continue the game. Yeah, even the draw secures you the, let's say, sharing the first prize. Yeah, but if you get such an opportunity, you continue because white is like zero risk here. I mean, why not?
Let's check one more time. We have the boards like 2, 3, and 4 because we didn't check for some time, and then we will go for our first break. So let's see. Okay, only one move was played.
Yeah, bishop f5 and c5. Okay.
We were discussing this bishop f5 idea.
Yeah, and now probably bishop is retreating to c7.
It has to keep an eye on the pawn on e5.
Yeah, exactly. And white is just pushing more. I don't know, with knight h4 first, maybe b5. I mean, you push all the pawns, yeah? And now, what do you do with the knight? Yeah, because if knight on e7, then the pawn on e5 is lost. If knight on b8, should take care of b7 pawn. If knight on a5, then the knight might be misplaced long term on a5, yeah? So white just can continue with rook b1 or knight b4, knight h4 also. Let's say knight to b4 might be one of the moves. Also bishop g5, by the way. Sometimes just white gives this bishop. And h6, taking on f6, and knight comes to h4. The other knight jumps to b4. I mean, this knight might be misplaced long term. So yeah, not an easy choice for Tabatabai. I mean, you can try to play the move knight to bishop to f8, yeah? And if white plays b5, you exchange, you trade this pawn e5 for the pawn c5. I don't know. Let's try it. So b5, knight a5 once again, knight e5, and bishop takes c5. This might be interesting. I mean, position is balanced. Also, let's see the pieces. Yeah, let's compare the pieces. All black's pieces are developed. White still needs some couple of moves to bring his pieces into play. Okay, this might be possible. So bishop c7 is like natural move. Yeah, you don't give your strong pawn on e5, but bishop f8 is also interesting. Yeah, you trade the pawn e for the pawn c. Of course, white is not forced to go b5. White can just improve the position by bishop g5, maybe knight h4 next, maybe rook b1. Yeah. So yeah, after bishop f8. I mean, knight h4 maybe first. Maybe bishop d2. No, bishop d2 pawn hangs, yeah? Bishop e3. Okay, then after a6, what the bishop does there, yeah. So, by the way, also the move c5 is might be a commitment because it gives the square d5, yeah? Imagine knight on d5 and then knight on c3.
You're right, yeah.
So...
very committing move.
Exactly, exactly.
But c5 is on the board, and Tabatabai is taking time to see where will he place his bishop on f8 and c7. And while he's doing so, let's move on to the board 3, where we have another player, Jacobson, with 5.5 points, who can potentially surpass Pranawi. But now looking at his chances on the victory on the first board, of course, it looks now completely different. But still, of course, this would mean for him second place shared secured.
Yeah.
So that would be great, of course.
So h3, yeah, no rook d1, no knight e5, but a safe move h3. Yeah.
Just h3, yeah.
Okay, and bishop b4. So actually, bishop e4 shows black's intention. Well, black wants to reduce the material, yeah. So black is, I would say, black is not ambitious. Otherwise, you just play c5 and you face all the consequences of hanging pawns and this position. With bishop b4, you want to reduce material, you want to trade everything on c3, maybe take on c4, c5, and just equalize the game. Okay, it's an interesting approach, nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's natural. Playing black, you want to trade some pieces and I mean, just equalize, yeah? So first you equalize, then if white is over-ambitious, then you can get your own chances. Okay, bishop b4, and by the way, let's say this is a kind of a threat, because you cannot play with white like a move like a3, because after taking on c3, taking on c3 with the bishop c3, knight c3, queen takes c3, black takes on c4, white takes on c4, and bishop takes f3, pawn f3, and c5. So exactly, probably this is kind of position that black wants to get. So the structure is now, let's say, is unbalanced, yeah? I mean, white got the g file, but I don't believe this is so important, yeah? So bishop takes it and c5, and okay, black can try here, black. And instead, I believe that knowing that 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐿 is a very solid player, he never allows such, yeah, bishop takes f3. I believe that he will just play a move like knight e5 here. Knight e5. Now, if you trade on everything on c3, then no more bishop takes f3. And if you do this, let's say trade everything and play c5, just white brings the rook on d1, yeah. Or you can play for hanging pawns, takes, and taking on d5 or first rook d1. So this is a little bit different of hanging pawns. I mean, if you trade more pieces, of course, hanging pawns are not that great in that scenario.
So this is the current position.
Yeah, I believe that knight e5 is the move here that 𝐒𝐻𝐿 is thinking about. I don't know what else. Taking on d5? No.
Makes a lot of sense, of course. And let's quickly update on the board 4. There we have Sugiarov against Mishra.
So what happened here?
So we were discussing this. Knight f5 was played.
And we are discussing the move bishop f2 or knight f3 just
to keep the position
of the current structure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he decided to change it, yeah.
Oh, it's very interesting.
Yeah, and bishop takes. Okay, probably black also can be ambitious and take with the pawn. And if black is in time to play knight d6, maybe knight e4, f5, bishop f6, then it's a great structure, knight on e4, but probably black is not on time. Maybe white can just push directly f5 and yeah. So instead he took with the bishop and knight e5, yeah. So inviting to the same structure. If you take on e5, f e5, but this time white managed to open the file. Okay, so queen a4.
Queen a4 is on the board, yeah. So one more time, still there is a square on c4. Maybe he's preparing this knight c4 or knight b3.
Yeah.
But the pawn on a6.
Yeah, this we have like a strange like structure, yeah. By the way, black wants to play with another knight, maybe knight d6 followed by knight c4 or knight d6, knight f5.
Now there is no pawn on a5, so knight can go to d6.
Yeah, so actually this knight d6, knight f5 might be a very strong positional threat.
Yeah, I like it. I like this chance for Abhimanyu.
Okay, almost trapping the queen once again. Queen d3, knight d6, and we play rook e1, and here by mistake black plays the move rook e8 just to defend the pawn on e6. And we have b3, and this is not a trapping queen.
Oh,
okay,
not just
okay,
yet.
the knight on d6 is too strong.
Yeah, we
the
shouldn't have brought the knight to
yeah,
d6.
yeah. Okay, so but anyway, queen d3 I believe is not a bad move. I mean, white is just taking the control over all the squares like c4, maybe e4, maybe f5. Yeah, but knight d6 and it looks fine for black.
So white has to get ready for this move, and I think it's also a good moment for us to go on the first break, dear viewers. Thank you so much for watching. It's a final round. We will see what is going to happen today. Who is going to be a winner? Will Pranav manage to win? But we are going to go on a very short break, because then you will have a surprise guest and surprise commentator here. Niklas will be joining, so stay tuned for more from Fujairah. And welcome back, dear viewers, from the final round of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship here in United Arab Emirates. One of the strongest open tournaments in the world is being played right now. And today we will see who is going to win it. We already have a winner of the Masters tournament, but now what about Superstars, where we have on the first board Pranav facing against Alan Pichon. And it is a morning round, Viorel. I mean, which experience do you have with the morning rounds?
Yeah, once again, yeah, probably I lost all the money, all the titles, everything in the morning. So yeah, it's tough to play for. It's tough to play in the morning, especially if yeah, if you are used to, I mean, to always like to play in the evening and the afternoon. Actually, one of my favorite, I had two favorite tournaments in my life, is Dubai Open. I mean, like because all the games starting at 5 o'clock, and the tournament in Netherlands, Vlissingen, I think Open, because it's the same. Yeah, it's I think it's round starts at 5 or 6.
Oh,
It's just yeah, the best timing
the
for
dream,
me.
the
Yeah,
dream.
exactly. You have all your day to prepare and to have some rest, to even to visit some places, and in the night you just play. I mean, just okay. But nowadays chess is more professional. I mean, you have to play morning, night, evening, anytime. You just play chess.
And we have many young players who are adjusted to it. And on the top board, we have Pranav against Alan Pichot. Viorel, could you break down what is going on? Because we were
Yeah,
expecting a draw, a pretty short one according to the time, because both players were prepared. But
yeah,
then suddenly something happened.
yeah, and around in this position one more time to highlight. So black starts to make some inaccuracies. So this is one of the inaccuracies, and then this rook's maneuver. Yeah, I mean you are losing so much time. You are losing so much time, and actually you didn't get anything. Yeah, I mean rerouting the rook to d4, h4, and now we need another couple of tempos to bring the rook back, yeah, to h6, b6, and a5. And king e3 and rook h6, at least after, let's say, long thinking, 15 minutes, I mean, black found probably the right plan, but not rook f6. I mean, why do you play the move rook f6? Why do you need this move? I mean, you stop the move f5, but you need to find your you need to the counterplay. Yeah, you need to start pushing on the queen side immediately. Maybe even sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, let's say if white plays king e4, you sacrifice this pawn. You sacrifice the pawn. You need the space for the rook. You need the counter. I mean to counterattack. In the rooks and games, not always important is to the material. Yeah, sometimes you can just sacrifice a pawn to have the activity. Yeah, so activity of the rook is the most important thing in this kind of endgame. Instead, he played the move rook f6, king e4 now, and rook e6 check, king f3.
And again, there is a threat rook e3, so he had to
Yeah,
go back with the rook to f6.
rook f6, and look at the game, look at the move, h4. So king e4, repeating the moves, is just securing the, I mean, at least sharing the first place, but white's position is, of course, it's risk-free. Of course, you continue the game by h4. Yeah, I thought g4, but probably in this scenario, black wanted to play g5 and block the structure. Yeah, let's say after rook h6, king e4, something like this. Maybe the rook is not that active. Anyway, I believe this is yeah, and but Pranav just decided to stop any g5 ideas. So next move is h4, and probably black should try to stop this g4 advance by playing h5. Ah, but this is just losing a pawn. Ah, once again. So no, h4 a good move, by the way. a5 once again, if you don't try to counterattack, probably you don't you just lose slowly. So g4, a4, yeah, b takes a4, then rook b6 or rook a6, probably rook a6, and so once again a5, g4, a4. So if b takes a4, rook a6, if white just continues with the 5, then anyway you just you have this real counterplay with rook b6 and rook b4 maybe one day and d5, yeah. So without counterplay, you have no chance actually in this position. So let's see. No, a5 was not playing, so after h4, Alain Pichot is still thinking, but I don't know. I mean, black can try to play with c6 on b5, but in this case you cannot activate your rook, yeah. So after, let's say, c6, g4, b5, how do you activate the rook? Yeah, just white continues with h5, and your rook is still passive, yeah. You need so many tempos to bring it back, like rook f8, maybe rook a8, a5 to push, but might be too late. So h4, I believe that black should start immediately pushing pawns, trying even to sacrifice just to get counterplay. Yeah, so imagine, yeah, the scenario where black gives a pawn and changes all 4 pawns for 3. Then it will be a theoretical draw. So this is the chance for black to escape in this endgame.
Yeah, this is a chance what of course Pranav is knowing about. I mean, he's calculating a lot. I was shortly in the playing hall. I saw how it was. I mean, both players are super nervous. I saw that Pranav was also walking like on the whole length of the room that they're playing, because their playing hall is smaller. There are not so many players, so it's a smaller room there comparing to Masters and Open tournament. Also, by the way, I saw Michal Sarin walking in one direction and backward. I think we'll also definitely check his game against Jacobson very soon. But while in this moment, Alain Pichot is taking time. By the way, both players still have enormous amount of time, 1 hour for Pranav and 45 minutes for Alain Pichot. Let's move on to the board 2, where we have Alexander Donchiko against Amin Tabatabai. One more time, Amin Tabatabai has currently 5.5 points. No,
five and a half points.
Points, correct.
So just a half a point behind of the leader.
Yeah, so he has still theoretical chance to surpass Pranav, but as we saw in the game in the first round, Pranav is pushing for a victory there. But still, Amin Tabatabai wants to finish at least at the leaderboard, at least at the podium.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we have this super sharp Benoni position. So c5, and here, yeah, black was trying to decide, yeah, where is better to retreat the bishop. And after like long thinking, I would say very long thinking.
Oh.
25 moves, 25 minutes, and he played the move bishop to f8, which
So
actually,
was
yeah.
it half an hour or more?
Yeah.
Yeah. 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and bishop to f8, probably the strongest move. So black sacrifices, actually, black is actually trading the pawn on c5, and what actually happened in the game. Knight a5, knight e5, and bishop c5. We discussed this position.
Yes.
And yeah, now it's also black got his chances. I mean, black is slightly better developed because still white needs some couple of attempts to complete his development. But probably white pieces are superior, yeah, especially the bishop on g2, knight on e5. And also the knight on a5 might be misplaced, yeah, because you don't have really.
And there are no squares for the knight for a moment, so you have to play b6 at some moment. Then c6 will be weak. I mean, it's so difficult. By the way, how do you deal with this knight on a5? Because for a moment, no squares are there. And if you want to retreat the knight from a5, I mean, b6 would weaken c6 really a lot.
No, you can try with a6, yeah. And if
nice.
Yeah, if you take on a6, then you get the square c6, and if a4, then maybe knight can jump to b3 potentially.
And even betray for the bishop.
Yeah. Okay. White, of course, can avoid just playing just a move like rook to b1.
Of course. Yeah.
If a6, a4, and still the knight is, I mean, misplaced there, you cannot bring it very easily to the game. So, but instead,
Queen f3 was played, and I'm wondering, is a6 possible in this position?
Well, the bishop hangs first of all.
Ah, yeah, bishop is under attack.
Okay, can black play bishop g4 move? No, bishop e6 was played, yeah.
But bishop g4 takes. Knight is defending the morning round.
Yeah, morning round, and the knight on c2. Yeah. Okay, bishop e6, of course, a good move. So black wants to placed his bishop on d5. And white is thinking. So probably the most logical move on the position is bishop g5. Bishop g5, you pin the knight. You stop the move bishop d5, I think. Because bishop takes f6. Okay, morning is difficult to calculate, but let's try. Bishop f6, bishop f3, bishop d8, bishop g2, and bishop takes a5. Exactly, we take this knight which was unprotected.
Yeah, and it's just going to be off material.
So bishop g5, and black cannot play bishop to d5, black cannot play knight d5, maybe h6. Just, okay, allowing all these tradings there, takes, and maybe this one is not that bad, yeah? This is not that bad because, okay, the structure is compromised, but from the other hand, all black pieces are active. There is also bishop's pair advantage.
Yeah, so it's bishop pair advantage against the pawn structure.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fight.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f3, and okay, now this pawn hangs. Maybe black can just protect the pawn by rook to d8, followed by the move a6 that we discussed.
Maybe rook 8 to d8
A
to
to
remove
d8,
the rook from the diagonal.
Yeah, that's probably also a good move. Actually, I was a little bit worried. I wanted to move the bishop, but maybe it's no. Maybe this is not so important. Yeah, let's say knight h4, and now a6. Finally.
Finally freeing the knight. But by the way, also b6 would work because now there is no rook, and the plan would be bishop d5 and knight b7.
Yeah. Also, by the way, yeah, good idea. Good idea. Finally bringing the knight into play. Okay, so Donchenko is thinking. So bishop g5 is one option. Maybe just bishop to d2.
Just putting pressure on the knight.
Yeah, it makes sense. You cannot bring your queen into the game like queen d6 or queen e7. You might, okay, probably. And now I think black should play the same, yeah, with a6, trying to bring the knight. White takes on a6, then rook a6, and the knight can anytime can come back with knight c6. And if you play the move like a4, then knight jumps to b3. Okay, so bishop g5 h6, bishop d2 a6, yeah. So this is black's reactions on white's plan. And if white plays a move like bishop f4, I think that black can play now bishop to d5. This is actually the threat.
Yeah, this is a huge threat. And then trading this bishop on g2 would leave white just with some weak light squares.
Yeah, and absolutely. And then we got also the knight, the square d5 for the knight this time. Okay, so
some threats from Amin Tabatabai, which Donchenko has to take care of. Bishop e6 was played.
And now bishop g5, bishop d2. Those two moves. What else? Maybe bishop a3 move. I mean, trying to trade the bishops.
But then trade and then bishop d5 again.
Yeah, and I just want to say that maybe one day this pawn on d4 might be a target. I don't know. With queen f4.
Just attacking the pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes, king takes, queen d5, and knight f3.
Now queen d4 is already a threat.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure about. Yeah, also pawn a2 might be just hanging. Rook a1, rook a1, rook e1, rook e1, and queen takes a2.
You have to calculate everything.
Yeah, that's not easy. But maybe queen d6. I don't know. Still knight on a6. L5 is misplaced. Now white got activity. I mean the file. Yeah. So a lot of variations to calculate. So once again, yeah, bishop d2, bishop f4, bishop g5, or bishop a3, trading the bishops.
Many ideas now. That's what Donchenko is thinking about. Meanwhile, board 3, where we have top-seeded Michal Sarin against Brendan Jacobson. Again, Brendan Jacobson has the same amount of points as Amin Tabatabai, so he has 5.5 points right now. And if he wins the game, then he's going to secure at least second place, sharing second place. Maybe potentially even surpassing Pranav if Pranav will do a huge mistake against Alan Pichot, which is not so likely, I would say, exactly. But theoretically possible. So we had this position. Bishop went on b4, offering this trade of all the pieces. And what did?
Yeah, 95. 95, the most logical move in the position. No more bishop takes f3 idea. rook c8, preparing the move c5, rook to e to d1. Yeah, this time the other rook just to go out of the pin. Bishop takes c3. We have this trades and c5. Yeah, d takes c5, and black is thinking how to take back. And how to take back? That's a good question.
Pawn or the rook?
Yeah.
Okay, let's establish this. Taking on c4 is not possible because then black would lose a pawn.
Or maybe a queen.
Ah, the queen, yes.
Yeah. So taking on c5. Okay, let's try first to take with the pawn. Probably rook takes is safer, but let's try to play with hanging pawns. Yeah. So takes. Okay, white can take on d5, but also white can make a prophylactic move like bishop to c2 first.
White can just wait. Yeah.
Or bishop to e2 allows the knight e4 to jump on e4. So then takes. White takes, yeah, and we have this classical position with hanging pawns. It's absolutely playable, this one. Yeah, rook c1, yeah, okay, we have this classical position. Maybe nothing wrong. I believe nothing wrong with black's position. I don't know, bishop f5, let's say, rook c7. Maybe white should trade the knights with knight g4. If white managed to trade more pieces, then white can put pressure. Just let's just illustrate this. Takes, bishop comes to f3, rook d2, rook d1, then or rook c1, rook c2, attacking the d5, attacking on c5, threatening e4, threatening b4. So it's a position where black just is defending, yeah. And let's try if black takes with the rook. Yeah, taking with the rook.
Which looks more safer option. You don't have weaknesses in forms of the hanging pawns, but then maybe you also don't get any initiative at the same time. Because I think even hanging pawns, I mean, you can create some initiative, you can try to be ambitious in some variations, but when you're taking with the rook, I mean, basically what you're threatening maybe to take on c4, but then pawn structure will be just mirrored.
Yeah. Okay, and white is more active here.
And by the way, I think rook c5 was played.
Rook c5 was played, yeah. So he decided not to go for hanging pawns and taking with the rook. Okay, b4 might be an option. Also, queen d4, centralizing the queen. Looks not bad. Looks not bad. You just centralize the queen. Maybe bring the other rook on d1. Maybe you have the threat of d4.
And black cannot take on c4 again due to bishop h7.
Yes, it's already classical.
Yes.
Bishop takes h7.
Okay.
And yeah, queen d4. Okay, maybe also white can try immediately the move d4, but it's actually weakening a little bit the pawn on c4. But let's try this. Rook to c7. I don't know where is
c7 maybe.
C7, yeah. And once again, maybe the move queen d4.
And no pawn b6.
No pawn on b6. Yeah, exactly. Then rook c1. Maybe one day white can play with c5, creating the passed pawn, because white controls the black squares, even f4. Let's say, imagine the position of c5 and then f4, rook c1.
It's not easy at all.
It's not easy at all. And once again, d takes c4 is not possible. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. So rook takes c5, b4 immediately probably looks more energetic, and probably this is the way. Or queen d4, calm move, which also keeps probably white slightly better position.
Yeah, looks like it. And yeah, now of course for 𝐒𝐚𝐲𝐿 is a choice to go to push for b4 or not. And meanwhile, let's move on to the board 4, where we have Fujairah against Mishra. We were discussing this very interesting pawn structure and some opportunities for black, that there could be a c4 square for the knight.
And by the way, we missed an idea here that Fujairah played, the move b3.
Oh, just attack.
Just b3. So yeah, and queen, the pawn cannot be taken, because if knight takes b3, queen d1 is just losing a piece. This is just losing a piece. And yeah, and after.
And by the way, only one square for the queen.
Yeah, you are forced to retreat back. So yeah, so there is no knight on d6. You cannot go to b5, And he played queen to b8. Now rook c1.
But it looks like Benoni Mishra should have considered this b3, and maybe he wanted to provoke it.
Yeah, maybe it was it was maybe just a provocation. I don't believe he missed this b3 move.
So now knight on d2 is pinned to defend the pawn on b3, probably. That could be one of the ideas.
Rook c1, rook c8, and this is the current position. And let's say if white plays the move like queen to d3, which looks logical, defending the pawn on b3, and now white wants to bring the knight, let's say knight f3, knight g5. Now black plays the move knight d6, and maybe black can just play the same idea, maybe even in a better reduction. But yeah, this knight queen b5. Now both pawns might be hanging, a3 and b3. Let's say queen takes
everything
b5,
hang now, yeah.
knight b5, a3 hangs, b3 hangs, everything hangs. Okay, so interesting play. So if queen d3, then knight d6 and followed by queen b5. Maybe white can stop this by, let's say, queen d3, knight d6, and a prophylactic move like a4. No more knight b5, no more queen b5. Okay, black, if knight f5 and bishop f2, everything is under control. Also, by the way, black can try to use the square b4, knight c6 back and knight b4. And there is square b4, there is square f5 for the knight. And okay, I mean, white got the square e5, but in exchange, black also got some
and queen a6 was played.
Queen to
a6.
Queen to a6 so far, yeah. Okay.
So far, so fast.
So far, so fast.
And there is no queen e7 because rook on c8 is hanging. Does it mean Benoni Mishra has to give up the c file, or is there some other move which defends the pawn and still a rook on c8? It looks like rook c1 and queen e7.
No, rook c1, rook c1, but then the move b4, and what do you do with the knight? I mean, takes, queen e7, b4, and this is maybe just losing a pawn directly. I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Losing the pawn.
So it means there should be a way to defend.
Yeah, I believe, okay, there are two ways. So first, white can just give up and say, okay, I cannot bring my knight to
give
d6.
Up?
Yeah. Give up for this idea and takes, I don't know, taking
not
away.
Resign, but just give up an idea.
Yeah, just give up for one idea. Takes, and something like queen d7 now. Which, okay, then black brings the knight back to c6. Another knight can go to h6 f5. I mean, black's position is okay, I would say.
Can prepare rook c7, rooks f to c8, doubling.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. This is one idea. I don't know, maybe white can take with pawn f. Okay, I don't see that it's a big difference.
Now it's just a pawn, f file is open, so.
The file is open, yeah, maybe white can, I don't know, bring the queen back to d3, then trying to play knight f3, or maybe the prophylactic move h3 here. Because on knight h6, there is g4. So.
But on knight h6, g4, rook f1, do you take with a rook? I mean, you have to take.
Okay, then first I take on f8. Let's do this in this way. Take, and now g4.
Yeah, because there was rook c3 potential.
Yeah, and white controls all the square and the f file. Also, white took the control of the c file. This might be, of course.
It looks great.
I mean, of course, white can take on h6 anytime, and also this is probably.
So let's move back to the current position. So queen a6 is on the board, and now big question: to take on e5 or not? Is there any other idea which can defend?
Yeah, I saw another idea to sacrifice a pawn by playing the move knight c6. I don't know if it even cannot be even called a pawn sacrifice, because probably black is trapping the queen. If rook c6, queen c6, queen a7, rook a8, but probably white can take this pawn immediately, yeah?
Now queen c8 maybe?
Queen c8 or maybe knight d6.
Because after knight d6 there is queen a6.
Yeah, the knight f5 comes with tempo, and pawn d4 is lost. So, yeah, this is okay. Also queen c8, yeah?
Because queen c8 is a threat to rook c1. So if rook takes c6, or queen takes c6, queen a6, rook a8. That was my idea.
Yeah, but probably white can defend the rook by playing knight f3. and then knight jumps to e5, rook c6, rook c6, rook c1 is the threat.
There is no bishop d4.
So probably, yeah, white takes the control of the file and this.
Okay, you're right. So knight d6.
Yeah, probably knight d6, and then the threat is knight f5, knight f5, knight b5. I don't know if white plays a move like knight f3. Okay, now everything is under control, yeah, apparently. Knight b5. Knight b5, queen a6, yeah? Okay, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. I mean, it's not easy to prove the compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I don't know. Knight f5, bishop f2. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's a pawn up. I mean, yeah, the queen on a7 is misplaced, but okay, maybe just black can take on c1, and jump with the queen on b5. Not sure about, but okay, let's try. Pawn b3 hangs. The queen wants to come to d3.
And also, by the way, look at the clock situation. 20 minutes difference. Sugiura was 27 against 47 for Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah, but not an easy choice after queen a6, yeah? So, yeah, you have two ideas, yeah? Or you play knight e6 and you sacrifice the pawn, or you take on e5, and then you play just queen d7. So, I don't know, I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else.
Yeah, this is definitely two ideas for him. So let's check how is the endgame of Shankland against Jose Martinez. We had there the famous Berlin endgame, and we see there is a rook endgame already.
Exactly. So once again, we had this position after the opening, and yeah, everything actually that we discussed was played. Yeah.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, bishop e6 back. Knight takes e7, bishop e7, knight g3, preparing f4, f5. King d7, king c6, this is a very typical maneuver. g6, knight f4, h5, f3 takes, taking with f, yeah?
Okay, I would take with h. Yeah.
H probably rook h4, rook h8. It's white is black is very fast. King to c6, king g2, rook d8, bishop e3, bishop c4. Yeah. If you don't take the bishop, we save the bishop. We keep the bishop. And g5. Look at this idea. Wow.
Ooh, where to go with a knight? Knight d3 cannot go.
No,
and if you take on c4,
probably you're forced to take. Otherwise, bishop d5 check and.
Yeah, you have to take on c4.
Yeah.
No,
and
knight h5.
Knight h5 was played. Okay, bishop d5 check, king g3.
Wait, what is happening?
And rook h5.
Wow, look at this.
It's brilliant. And rook h8. Wow.
Ooh, what a play by Jose Martinez. He had in the second round, third round against Motilov. There was this end game, which we thought, okay, it's going to be very fast draw. And then, okay, Motilov did a couple of mistakes and Jose Martinez kept on pushing. And here we have similar situation. We have an end game and he finds a sacrifice out of nowhere. Looked like a...
Wow. This is a really good example of, actually it shows his understanding of the Berlin end game.
Is this coming to your files, this sacrifice?
For sure, that's for sure. I will include in all my files this rook sacrifice, exchange sacrifice, and white is actually forced to give the exchange back. So nothing. I mean, otherwise bishop e6 next, and we just defend forever this position. Okay, bishop e6, rook f1, king d7, rook d1 check, king e8, rook f1. Yeah, white is already. White is ready to repeat the moves, but no. Rook e4. Okay. Rook e3 check, king h2, rook e2, rook g2, rook takes e5. Pawn up for black. Pawn up for black, but yeah, rook's endgame is always not easy, especially white has this passed pawn. Rook e3 to cut off the king, yeah? Interesting. And b4. Okay, b4. This is a surprising move. So probably no useful move for white. Yeah, white just wants, because imagine black will just push the pawns like a5.
And just create a passer.
Yeah, but why not h5, rook e5? Okay, so no time for white to push the pawn.
No way to defend the pawn later.
Yeah, this endgame is probably lost. This is probably lost. Because white just create here a passer. So thanks to pawn on c4, yeah? Because if black pawn would be on c5 and white pawn on c4, you cannot create passed pawn. But on this structure, I mean, you just take on b3 and you play just b5, c5, or you can create. It's very important, this pawn on c4.
So b4 was played.
b4 was played, yeah, and now it's not easy to create a passer here.
So he's trying not to get opportunity for this trade.
And that's why maybe slightly more accurate, maybe it was to take first. I mean, take and now.
And then have 3 against 2.
Yeah, exactly. And now you can create a passer here. Okay, so, but it was really very hard to expect this move. Wow, b4.
But now, by the way, is there rook a3?
Yeah, but I'm very fast with my h pawn in this case. And you don't have the move rook a5, one more advantage of the move b4. Otherwise, rook a5 would be winning here. Yeah, so
nice.
Yeah, b4 is a nice move. Okay, black can just, okay, first you need to play this prophylactic king f8. Yeah? Just avoid any, let's say, dangerous push of white's pawn. Once again, white is up. By the way, white is in kind of Zugzwang here, because you cannot push the pawn h because of rook e5. If you trade the rooks here, I believe this is also lost. Okay, it's a, of course, not easy calculation, but I know this time is not, yeah? Okay, so learning, yeah? So rook e3 now is possible thanks to b4 pawn, and black cannot create pass.
Now it's a different story, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so how to proceed here with black?
Rook to a4, okay, first rook a4, probably rook e4, king h3, and rook e1, or immediately rook e1, yeah? Immediately rook e1. No, not so easy.
Maybe including rook e2 check, so that rook goes back to g2.
Oh yeah, okay, very good. This we call technique.
Yes, and now we have to see rook e4 or rook e1.
Rook e1, I believe, because rook e4 allows the white to activate the king. No, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Okay.
Chess is not an easy game. So then rook e4, king h3, and maybe c3, trying to.
Wait a second. Can it be the trade on g2?
Wow.
Can it be that?
So huge difference. But try to.
Wow. Try to pick it up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And how do you? I mean, with the king on g3, same position. This one is draw. And with the king on g2, this is losing.
Oh my God. No, this is so difficult to find it.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know what is the idea, how black wins here. Okay, let's play simple. And simple is not, yeah? So c3 probably first.
Maybe, can it be some b5,
b5,
c5? No.
Then taking on. Yeah, okay, might be c3 first. I don't know why. Not like once again, yeah? Okay, let's try it. Let's trust your intuition.
Wow.
b5.
Wait, what? There was some jump.
Let's say king f3, c5 and b4. How do you make a passer here? And now king g7.
So first we fix the pawn structure.
Yeah.
Now we go for the h pawn.
And go for the h pawn. White goes for the
f pawn, maybe f5 included. I'm not sure.
Sorry, I'm trying to play a direct variation first.
I know, yeah.
And if this doesn't work, and black goes for the c2 pawn.
Wow, I mean, but okay, it's so tough to see this.
Yes, extremely tough.
You have to find all this.
And this, and this, and this.
King d3.
Black,
king d3, or c3, yes.
Yeah, black is much faster.
No, no, this is so tough.
Yeah.
And you have to find the only moves in the
So
position.
before king f8, I mean, waiting use for move, and then you try to calculate the
But rook g3 was not played, yeah?
No, probably not yet. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second, but something was. B4 right now is a move, and we were discussing.
The move king f8.
King f8, yeah.
Can black actually start with b5? Now I'm thinking, if this move is so good, maybe we start with b5, yeah?
Rook g5, maybe.
Rook g5, a6.
No, h5.
h5, yeah? King f8.
What do you play in
h6, rook a6, winning the pawn. Or at least trying to get the pawn. Rook h5 and king g8. And black is in time to stop. And okay, instead of h6, maybe white can play the move like rook c5.
Yeah, I also was thinking.
By the way, a4, no, a4 is a little bit too much. Rook c5. Now black takes the pawns. And take more pawns.
So maybe indeed a4.
Well, hard to believe this would be this is the move, but who knows? Yeah.
Okay, not.
No, the move is good. The move is good. Probably it makes draw.
Takes and then rook a5.
Rook a5, yeah, exactly. Rook a5.
Because here, if white wants to keep a pawn, it has to play a3, and other than that. But then, if once it takes, we take on a3. I mean.
Yeah, but it comes with check. And if rook king g1, then the king is on the first rank. Maybe just king g7 move first. Or, okay, maybe taking. Oh, it's so hard. c5, b5, rook a2. Takes, c3, and just any move, yeah?
Also, there was rook h3 here. Rook h3.
King g2.
Taking the h pawn.
Rook takes a3, but this, I believe, is white is very close to draw in this scenario.
Okay.
So what is the move here? So no rook c2, no king g7. You know what is the move here?
For black?
Yes. I don't know exactly, but it just looks beautiful.
I'm trying. What can? Wait. No, this doesn't. Oh, it does. No, I thought rook b3, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's also. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. No, actually, the rook here is very strong. Yeah, potentially protecting this pawn. Yes, very good. I believe. Let's try. This is the move. Yeah, c6 is the winning move, and the black's idea is just to play king g7, king h6, taking the pawn. If you come for this pawn, black can play rook h3 anytime, and there is no counterplay for white. Yeah, king f1, king g7, not king g7. Again, it's king g7, the most, let's say, logical move. Then we push another. Yeah, and we have this famous trousers, yeah.
Not easy to stop. You can even sacrifice. Others rook c6.
Yeah. No, but we just keep all our pawns. This. No.
But wait, it's working.
It's working. Yeah. It's working or not?
Rook c6 maybe.
Rook c6, a2. So king takes rook f2. Then hundreds checks, and then we move the king. Why this f3 is not winning?
Maybe h6.
Nice. f2.
h7.
Or first check, because f7 king g7. So first check. King f7. h7. f1. Okay, try to calculate all these things, yeah? And this queen, and there is no checks here. Okay. Thank you very much.
Very easy to find.
Yes, yes. And probably white black here sacrificed the rook d3 or rook c2, and just it's perpetual, yeah?
No, this is
So
crazy.
rook d3, and we have this perpetual. Okay.
What a line, what the easy line.
Yes.
Viorel, I suggest we go to the current position and see if anything new played. Okay, before is on the board. We have some development on the first board. Let's move on there because there a5, a4 was played by Alan Pichot. So let's show the current position.
So it started from here. Okay, losing a little bit of time. a5, rook d5. Yeah, probably precise to close the rook. b6 and g4 now. a4 anyway, and pawn takes. Yeah, but here is not the same because it's not easy to bring the rook. Yeah, we need
now
time.
anytime rook e6, rook e5.
But why do you waste time for g6? Why not rook f8 directly and immediately and rook
maybe rook h5 or something? No.
h6, rook g5, g6. And white plays a5 here. Rook a8. And okay, the rook a this, rook a8. Yeah, this is what I was telling that black can sacrifice this pawn, yeah, and now got activity. Black got activity.
Can there also be move rook e5? My idea is king has to go to d7.
Yes.
And then I play rook f5. Or first rook h5, h6, rook f5. And then we are getting a position where black is forced to trade the rooks, and if not, then...
Let's try this.
Or first rook h5, I'm not sure.
First rook h5.
Then h6. And then rook f5, I don't know.
Wow. And why this h6, the provoke h6 is so important?
Once again. Don't know why it's important.
so rook f5 immediately, it's not winning.
Probably because king cannot enter. King g4, king h5, king g6. Do
you have also courses on rooks on game or not?
Not no yet, Endgame courses yet.
Okay, now it's time to after this, I believe. Wow, so this very important provocation is just decisive. Why? No idea, but it's so important, yeah?
Yeah, so the problem is that black cannot stop the checks from the...
And here probably wins. But in that position, what is the difference if to play?
I think transposition to the pawn endgame.
So instead rook e5?
Maybe a take pawn endgame.
And I think this is losing, so pawn endgame, yeah? And the difference is that here there is no king h5, and there, let's say, h6, rook f5.
And here,
takes,
maybe even, I'm just thinking.
King g4, king f6, and this tempo, yeah, no, to e4, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure where.
Here, there, and
maybe this h5.
Yeah, and there is no tempo, yeah.
And the problem will be now, if c6 is played for black, white has a5, and takes a4.
Wow, and brilliant.
Or not.
Draw. Brilliant and draw. a3 maybe.
a3. I just sorry. Why to give up a pawn?
And finally we understand why we needed the move h6, because here we have this typical idea. Taking king f5. Wow.
And there would be pawn on h7.
Yeah, and with the pawn on h7 there is king e7 and black holds. But with the wow, such an intuition. Amazing! Wow, and this is winning because white just enters with the king. Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Great. Okay.
With a hell of a valuation bar.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is
interesting idea. Yeah.
So what happened instead? Instead he played the move g6, which honestly I don't like. I mean, usually you don't play on the side where you are worse. Check. That's actually a tricky move. Yeah, asking what do you do? If you stay with the king on f, then your rook is misplaced. If you go with the king on d, then the king is cut from the king's side. Yeah? Good check. Decide. What do you do with your king? Okay, let's try.
Maybe if he goes, maybe there could be even h5 move already for white.
Yes, if king goes here, then h5, yeah?
I don't know, at least...
Yeah, and if rook d6, we have the move rook d5 anytime. And not so easy, yeah? Or first we trade first, yeah? Probably we don't compromise our structure. And there is no rook e6 because
now
rook
rook
e7,
e6, yeah. Okay.
and we win the pawn and game. So basically, after king f7.
So this is a similar idea what we discussed. That the rook is always coming, and there is no way going into the pawn end game.
Exactly. And if the king goes to the queen side, then probably the same scenario.
Maybe still, yes.
And once again, rook d6 is losing because of the pawn end game. And let's say blacks try with rook f8 to play rook a8 one day. Okay, we can anyway take, and maybe here rook g5, maybe king e4 first. Probably white is much faster. This is what I think. Okay, black also eliminates some pawns here, but
check, yeah.
But I think that white is much faster. Rook g7, g5. I mean, still you have. I mean, you have only one passed pawn against two.
No, this is just break position. Alan Peshov is 24 minutes on the clock, now thinking in which direction to go with the king, but as we can see, all can result in the same outcome. And one more time, we might see Pranav with 7 points, winning the tournament ahead of everyone.
Just incredible. I mean, okay. I mean, I would predict a quick draw, yeah, after massive exchanges, but yeah, some inaccuracies in the end game, and that's it. I mean, you don't save the game.
Exactly.
Don't save the game. Yeah.
So let's move on to the second board. There we have Donchenko against Tabatabayev with some sharp position of this reversed Benoni.
And yeah, and here we discussed all the possible moves with the bishop: d2, f4, g5, a3. And finally, what did he choose? He chose this one, yeah? Okay.
Okay, makes sense, yeah.
Makes sense. Rook to c8. By the way, I think we had this move, yeah, in our analysis. a6, yes. Trying to bring the knight back. Or now you get or the square b3 or the square c6 for the knight. Okay, probably rook c8, nothing wrong with this move. You develop your rook, put it on the open file. Queen f4, targeting the pawn on d4, also opening the bishop. Bishop to b6. Pawn is under attack, knight is under attack, and now white is thinking, yeah? Only 2 moves played, and I mean Tabatabayev improved his position comparing to, let's say, 4 or 5 moves ago. All his pieces are into the game. Yeah, knight a3, knight a3. Wow, I don't like this move.
Wow, I don't like. I like the reaction.
Yeah, what do you do with this knight? Knight a4.
Was not expecting this phrase after wow.
No, come on. Okay, I understand now. But white wants to play knight c4 just to sacrifice this pawn by trading all the knights, and like at the end, the pawn on b7 will be targeting. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. It's not that bad, yeah. Knight a3 followed by knight c4. Interesting idea by Donchenko.
Yes, I mean, he is trying. I mean, definitely. It's also it's difficult for me to understand also the computer revolution.
Look at this square.
C3.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's jump. 95. Where do you move the queen to? F3, yeah, problem. F3, E4 comes with tempo.
Yeah, F3 looks like
yeah, and knight C3.
Okay.
Doesn't look bad. Yeah, the knight on C3.
No, it doesn't, of course.
Of course. Look, my next move is bishop D5, maybe F6. I mean, targeting all the pawns, A2, B5.
And then, like, do you want to give up the bishop on D2 for a knight on C3? I mean, maybe you are forced to because bishop D5. But then suddenly rook comes to C3, maybe pawn comes to C3. And...
No. No, probably white just continues his plan with knight C4.
Then bishop D5.
Okay, you just ignore it. And what can you do?
How to ignore?
I mean, just something like
queen F4.
Yeah, just ignoring them.
Because bishop g2, pawn is hanging on f7, of
And there
course.
is small intermezzo.
Small, tiny.
Yeah, tiny.
Okay, so there is not really a threat, okay.
And yeah, and now f6, but also f6 is weakening the king side. Probably this is the move to play, yeah? f3, knight to f3, knight f3, knight e2. Okay, one more blunder this morning. And, but what else?
I mean, it's tough to find the move.
Maybe knight takes a5, but then pawn takes e5.
You don't really want to trade the light squared bishop, but maybe you have to.
Okay, bishop d5, queen d5. And once again, knight f3, knight e2 check. To me, this here, white just losing material. White is just losing material, but...
Okay, let's try again.
Actually, it's not easy because the knight hangs on a5. So white can play this move. So if knight e2, then rook e2, and the knight hangs on d5. The knight hangs on a5. So, and...
then knight c4?
Knight c4, just winning the pawn, yeah. Chess is very simple game. Just take the pawn. So maybe white could take on a5 first, yeah? Knight a5, but no, then taking the knight on b5. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what is the move. I mean, this knight is... okay. Then it's maybe taking the bishop on b6. Taking the bishop on knight c4.
Oh.
This tricky line. And if knight e2, rook e2, knight b6 at the end.
Winning back material.
Takes, and knight b6 and winning back material. Okay, it's not easy calculation here. So Donchenko, this is the first game where Amin Tambatabe is doing better on clock.
By the way, yes, you're right. Amin Tambatabe always is low on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. And and after, yeah, this is the current position, yeah. So black is thinking, of course, the knight, I mean, the maneuver of the knight, knight d5, knight c3 looks so natural and strong, probably. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, black maybe can try to pin the knight, the bishop c7. Why not? I believe this is also not a bad idea.
And there are so many ideas for black, by the way, in the position. You have to somehow combine them all and understand, because also at some moment the knight and a5 can hang. At some moment you can have this knight c4 and, by the way, knight d6 ideas, because at some moment queen will protect the pawn on the square on d6.
Yeah. What about Peterson-like idea? Rook c3.
I know you like sacrificing.
Yes. And if white takes, I don't know, this diagonal might be okay, pawn is strong. Okay, this is like an idea. Now, of course, knight d5, knight c3 is so natural. Also bishop c7.
It is. So let's move on while Tabatabai is taking time. We have board 3 where the top-seeded Michal Sarin is facing against Brandon Jacobson, the second player after Amin Tabatabai, who can still try to catch up with Pranav or at least secure shared second place.
So b4 was played, rook c8, not rook c7, and c5, immediately creating the passer. On the queen side, a5, very important move actually. You trade as many as you can the pawns on the queen side, and takes, knight d7, massive trade, rook to b1, bishop to c6, rook to b6, queen c7. This is the current position. Yes. Of course, white is just better. I mean, with this pawn, maybe white just can bring the rook to an a5, maybe queen to a3. I don't know, rook a5, let's say. And then queen comes to a3.
Just putting pressure.
Just putting pressure. Rook a7. One day, maybe even white can trade the bishops. Trade the bishop and try to push the pawn.
I just look at the bishop on c6 and the bishop on d3. I mean, these are two different bishops. Two different kind of bishop. This bishop on c6 is a French defense bishop.
Yeah, but anyway, if you want to, I mean, if you want to win this position, probably you be forced to trade. bishop b5 and to push c6. Otherwise, it's not easy to. So let's say black trades one rook, one pair of rook. I mean, I don't know white.
So you have to say that the bishop is bad, but it's a good defender.
It's a good defender, exactly.
It's a bad bishop, but it's a good defender.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is probably the way. Yeah, and if you want to, okay, maybe not immediately, let's say play a move like g3 here first to secure the king, and still we need to trade that bishop. Still we need to trade that bishop. Okay, so 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐿 is better, but it's not so simple. Let's say queen to b4, maybe white can play. Yeah, if rook a8, just trade one pair of rook. Maybe rook b1 here. No, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Maybe another way is just trying, maybe f4 queen c5, I don't know, might be an idea. Trading the queens this time, yeah, trying to bring the rook to a6. Or maybe rook a6 immediately.
And Viorel, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can we go to the board 5, because what we discussed happened.
Wow.
So rook g3 was played. Let's start again from the beginning. So
okay. Rook g3 was played, yeah.
So it was b4 move. What was the last play? So here we left b4.
King to e7.
Not king.
Okay.
Rook g3.
G3, rook e2 check, rook e2, and now.
And now I think he's calculating rook g2. What do you think?
Yeah, of course, for sure. But it's okay. So what did we say? It's a crucial move, b5, yeah?
Yes,
it's
b5
very important.
And then going for the pawn.
And it's very important resource. And then at the end you calculate, I mean, you take that one and basically you play against the weakness c2. Your pawn is more advanced. White needs more time to win the pawn c7 and just to win the game. Okay. I like it very much. Okay. I like this. Okay, so just calculate. Yeah, just calculate. Takes b5. I mean, it's affordable. It's affordable.
It is affordable.
It's not that difficult.
And also one short update on the board 1. Let's go to our leader, Pranav against Alain Pichot. We had king f8. So rook e5, check, this is where we...
King f8.
King f8 and a5.
Okay, but this is completely different situation. Right, like if after king d7, a5, now it's not that simple because black is in time to create some threats, yeah, with rook a8, rook a2, I mean rook a4 at least. There is some counterplay, but with the king on f8, the king is so passive there. After a5,
this is a different story.
No, yeah, imagine white even can push a6. I mean,
you don't take on a5.
Yeah, but taking is also probably losing. Rook a5, both pawns are under attack.
But you also cannot push. I mean,
no,
what to do?
This is game over. Okay, maybe rook d5, rook d6, rook d6. And I was thinking, is rook d5 winning here or not? Rook takes, pawn takes, and now you have to take on a5, and just king e4. Yeah, king e4, king d3. Okay, let's show to our viewers how this game is winning. Maybe white starts with king e5 here, and then f5 or g5. No, this game is just winning.
Okay, I mean, we're a lot of position. And I think also a good moment, we're going, dear viewers, to take a break, but it is going to be super short for you. And you're going to have a very special guest coming into the studio with Viorel. So, dear viewers, stay tuned for more. Just in one moment, you will see the swap. I don't know, do we do it live or? Okay.
So yeah, thank you, Netflix, for joining me. So what do you think? What is your impression of the last round?
It's very exciting what is happening in the board number 1, because I thought in one moment around move number 26, 27, I thought, okay, this is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
But then Alan decided to play more. And what do you think about this position? Like,
Really? I don't. I think actually he actually wanted to make a draw.
yeah, but if you go to continue from black to
Yeah.
move,
If you want
this
to make a
action,
draw, if you want
this,
to make a draw,
yes, here, this
yeah,
is the move. I think rook d4. I was thinking
yeah,
about here. No, here
yeah,
even go
rook
back.
d4, king e2.
Yeah, but now this is why white already better.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, I don't believe that Alan was playing for more than a draw. Actually, he made the accuracy started from here. So
Yeah,
king
yeah.
f8 is already in accuracy. You are losing very precious time. So if you want to make a draw, you take first, and now you bring the king to
Now you
f7,
bring to king f7.
and you have so much time for counterplay here. Yeah, you just push the pawns. You play a5, a4. I mean everything like in the game, but with like extra 5, 6, 7 tempos. Yeah. Instead,
But what do you think about, for
yeah,
example, in this position when he go for exchange, even this exchange went continue
yeah.
here. After this here, even what do you think about how black should continue here? If not rook e4,
Here it's already not so easy.
yeah,
Not so
because
easy because the threat is rook d7. You cannot change the rooks.
yes,
Definitely, yeah.
that could be disaster.
Yeah, and
Right
what do
here,
you do? The threat is rook d7.
yes. So what about here? Play rook e7 first.
Yeah,
Okay,
rook
rook
e7
seven.
is
Yeah,
natural
just keep.
reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and in this scenario, okay, white maybe can push the pawns. I don't know, with g4 or f3 and then g4. Let's start with g4.
G4 now. Yeah, you can go for king f7,
King f7, f3, slowly improving the position.
and then maybe you
Because
have to.
rook e3, king f2, no squares for the rook on the third rank. And slowly white is improving with king f2, h4, h5, rook d5. I mean, still, once again, you cannot bring the king.
Yes, you cannot bring the king.
You
So
cannot activate the rook also.
maybe you have to play somewhere like
A5,
one
A4, yeah.
a5.
Yes, this is the way to play. This is the way to play. In some moment, you will activate rook. You will be forced to.
Yes.
It's A4, H4.
Yeah.
But this in game is not easy to play.
Yeah, definitely rook endgame, and especially this kind of endgame, only white have a chance, winning chances because of pawn structure.
So it's not about that Alain Pichot wanted to started to play for a win. No, actually, he just made let's say a pseudo-active move, rook d4, and after king d2, suddenly
It was normal.
yeah, suddenly you don't have time to to bring your. I mean, you need a lot of time to bring your rook back into play, yeah, because the only counterplay is with f5, a4, and he could do this in a much easier way, yeah. And after king e3, I believe that the game is lost. This game, I believe, is lost.
Now it's very difficult to actually.
Yeah.
But after now, Pranav is very good situation, and I think this is going to be a very big victory for Pranav chess career.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't recall he won this kind of tournament before.
Yeah, probably you know him better because can you share some, I don't know, some thoughts about, I mean.
Pranav, I'm watching him from like you can say from last 7 to 8 years, and
Yes.
when this is the time when Pragyananda, Gukesh, Arjun, they are going, Nihal, they are
So
going up.
he's from the same generation, yeah?
Actually, age-wise, you can say same generation, but actually, in terms of talent and these things, you can say okay, maybe after this, the Indian generation are coming so fast, so like they are almost 1 year gap or something, but this is actually a next lot because that time when this Gukesh, Pragyananda, and Arjun was doing really well, they even enter in the top table. That time Pranav was like much behind, 2300 or something like that, and now suddenly he's doing really well.
Yeah.
So I think the way he's playing, I'm feeling maybe not this Olympiad, but maybe in future Olympiads, he will join the team.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, if India could play with 3 teams, anyway, they would compete for the podium.
Yes,
Yeah, this is the reality, and of course,
Anyway, I'm here for some more announcement also that in Fujairah, they are going to organize some close round robin tournaments.
Wow.
And those tournaments will be especially for some very talented youngsters from Middle East and Asia to get the norms, and tournament will be like you can say that one of the best players they will call, so norm chances will be very, very high. So this is something new Fujairah Chess Club is going to introduce, and this is most likely this tournament will be after the World Cup. I think December first week or something.
Amazing, amazing. So probably close tournament with international masters norm, yeah?
Yeah,
For,
no, for GM norm,
for GM norm,
for
yeah.
IM norm, and for WGM norm.
So it actually will be a festival of close
Yes,
tournaments.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, very good idea because honestly, I don't remember close tournaments here in the United Arab Emirates. We have like 4 strong festivals, 4 strong opens, but close tournaments, not so many, yeah? And especially for Arab, for first of all UAE players and for Arab. I mean, the best local player from Fujairah, Amar Al Sedrani, is a talented player, young talented player, member for already of Olympic team, and I think he's still FM, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
so,
yes, yes.
so yeah, he will be one of the probably players.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
for
yes,
the-
yes.
in
Some
the
players
tournament.
will Middle East will going to participate. Viral, what do you think about the? Okay, looks like Pranav is going to win.
Yeah.
And, who's going to be number 2 spot? What do you think?
Okay, yeah, so yeah, exactly. So after the opening, I thought it will be a very tough game for Amin, but he found a couple of very good ideas. Actually, first I would like to mention here after c5. So the most logical retreat is bishop c7. Yeah, you keep
Yes,
your
yes,
pawn
yes.
on e5, and it's like I know, but after like 20 minutes of thinking, he decided to give the pawn on e5,
Ah,
which is surprising idea and probably strong. And here white took this pawn, okay, exchanged for the pawn on c5. Looks like white is very active, but slowly black start to dominate the position. Bishop e6, bishop is coming to d5. Also knight d5, knight c3 might be an idea. Bishop d2, rook c8, queen f4, and bishop to b6. So black got harmony in the position,
yes,
yeah?
yes.
All the
Pieces are
pieces are
better
playing, no more
placed. Yeah.
weaknesses, no more pressure on this long diagonal. Knight a3, white is trying to bring the knight to c4.
Even the isolated d pawn is helping a lot black.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a very strong outpost on c3. Black can bring the knight now immediately. Knight d5, knight c3, and here he played the move bishop c7. Probably this was maybe a better try. Knight d5, queen f3, and knight c3.
Knight c3.
And knight here like controls a lot of squares, attacking the pawn b5, attacking the pawn on a2. Now bishop d5 is coming. Yeah, but instead he played the move bishop c7, and white is thinking. No, white played the move queen h4. Yeah. Okay, it's this is actually we just discussed with Angelika. This is the first game where Tamat not anymore. I mean, he was always playing slow, yeah, with progress
Yes,
on the
yes.
clock. But this is the first game where
He's playing fast.
yeah, and the time is, let's say, it's balanced.
Balance, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So yeah, this is the current position, and
But I think now game is entering in more important phase because both have 15, 16 minutes and next 2, 3 moves could be crucial.
exactly. With all the pieces on the board, like so many tactical ideas here, like pieces hanging, pawn, bishop a5, bishop b7, knight c4 is coming, maybe bishop g5. Also, black once again can play the move knight d5, knight c3.
And also last few moves, white also shown that my intention is not to be play passive. I'm
Yeah,
going to do
exactly.
something. Yes, it's interesting.
Yeah. So this, I believe, the game will be decided. This is what I believe.
Some result will come.
Yeah, exactly. What result? I mean, what? It's really very
And
hard
what
to
do you think
predict.
about Nihal?
By the way, we have a draw.
Draw in board number 4.
We have a draw in the game Sukirov Mishra. Somehow a little bit disappointing, I would say, because around here I thought that okay, the position is complicated. Maybe black can sacrifice the pawn. No, but Mishra played actually okay in the best way here, trading and rook c8. Okay, just equalized, yeah. Yeah, trading more pieces and improving the knight. And here it was a draw. They just agreed to a draw on this position.
What do you think about Mishra performance in this entire tournament? How means in recent time he was little struggling with his calculation and something, and suddenly in this tournament he played against Sadhwani, really amazing game, that b6 sacrifice, and even he became a little emotional after that game because he
Yeah.
was so happy that the
Yeah.
way he played.
Yeah.
And even next game when you are Angelika analyzing till the last and totally winning game.
Yeah,
But-
the
but-
game with Suleiman Lee, actually, he
Mm.
played a nice attacking game.
Yes.
He was absolutely winning. I mean, completely just playing. But the problem, okay, this tournament is very specific. Yeah, the time control, the time control, and he's still playing. I would say not fast enough. Yeah, for this time control. And couple of games he spoiled it in time trouble. Yeah, including that game with Suleiman Lee. But as I see, he improved.
He improved.
He
Looks like
improved, and he's improving. He's improving constantly.
even yesterday game, in one moment it was looking a little difficult, but he tried to, he managed to draw that game.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. With I mean, less time. But anyway, he played very precise. Played very precise. Yeah, big potential for.
Yeah, I'm looking
Bishop.
forward in like coming years how he will grow up as a top player, because anyways, he still have a record, that youngest grandmaster from the world. He still had that record, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. And one of the, I think if you see USA next generation is also getting ready, very strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Leong is there, Jeffrey is there, and
Hong Andrew.
Emmanuel is doing well.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and is the another boy, this Jacobson also was
Jacobson,
doing
yeah.
yes. So.
And the winner of the
group,
Masters tournament.
yes,
I mean, what is his name? Hardaway Brewington. Yeah. So also, yeah. So it's a good generation. Good generation. I mean, everyone is improving.
Yeah. No, because they are investing so much in chess, and finally the new generation is coming really well.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is good news. And
what is 𝐒𝐚𝐤𝐡𝐴 doing, by the way, on board 3?
So, yes.
Yeah. So probably okay. Let's do it like this. I'll go for a short break.
Yes.
And leave you with to continue with Angelika.
Yes.
Because she knows very well everything about the tournament. And I believe that will be a good moment to.
Yeah, see the commentator who is here from the start.
Yeah, today we have a marathon with not so many breaks. Yeah, because this is the last round, the most important moment of the day, of the round, of the tournament. Okay, so let's have a break. Yeah. And
welcome back, dear viewers. Now I'm back. Substitution for Viorel.
Yes. So Angelika, no, I'm the substitution. I'm going soon. What do you think about overall your experience as a commentator here?
It has been amazing from the first day. Okay, and the first day I was mostly alone. You were joining me like for some longer parts, and there was also, by the way, Abhimanyu Mishra also helped a bit in the commentary because after showing his game, he also stayed to take a look at all the rest of the top board. So it was really nice. It was a bit of a tough start to be alone, but then with Viorel together, I think it was amazing. No, it was amazing because he showed all his, experience. He's very experienced in the theory. He has developed many ideas also in middle game and end game. So in all the parts, and I also contributed my part to that. So it has been truly amazing.
And what do you think? According to you, winner is like what you guess, or is surprise something?
I think I was expected to be surprised, if I can say like this. Looking at the whole field, it was clear that we can see unpredictable results. Even though 𝐒𝐚𝐤𝐡𝐴 was top seeded, and he, of course, he had huge chances to win, coming into the tournament. But then after the first round, Pranav just shook everyone up. And I think since that moment, he didn't stop surprising us. Every day coming with some surprises on the board. And I think he was a player who was always to highlight every round. He was saving tough positions. He was creating some unbelievable strategical ideas and converting, outplaying such strong and tough opponents. But truly remarkable for Pranav. I think, definitely one of the best events for him.
Yes, correct. I think also rating wise, I think maybe he will reach his best, because if he win today, I think he will be around 2640.
Currently, his performance 28-21.
Yes.
After this win, it will be even higher, plus around 23 rating points, so it will be even more. No, truly impressive. And by the way, with Viorel, we were discussing, right? So that 6.5 points would be enough to win the event, but
Yes.
no, he wants more. He wants
He's
7
going
points.
for 7. And it's nice for him because if he win, he will get the maximum circuit points as an individual winner. Because if they share, the points will be shared. So this is also nice for him. Anyway, I don't know how much is
I was
that.
checking the leaderboard, and Pranav was having not so many points, but of course overall, sorry.
Yes, yes. But there is other players, like for example, if Nihal finished third, it can impact because in the top of the list, if for example Pragananda qualified from World Cup or Grand Swiss, so the FIDE circuit spot will free then because Caruana already qualified. So even Nakamura, if qualified by rating, that spot will be open again. So that is going to be very interesting. Means it looks like Pragananda already closed this.
Yes, yes,
but
yes.
but if he qualified from before, that's happened in the last year also, last time also. If he qualified from World Cup, his current form is really nice, and Grand Swiss, it's possible that these spots will again available and this race will become interesting.
So currently Pranav has a few tournaments. He played in Menorca and Ljubljana Chess Festival and also World Junior Chess Championship. So currently he has not so many points, 8.29. But this victory, he's going to get bounced up, I think, up to 20th place.
Yes. If he, for example, if he get maximum whatever is possible, so he will have something 25 points or something total overall, and suddenly he will be somewhere around
top 20 around.
This is so much big jump. And for example, Nihal Sarin. I was thinking about Nihal. For example, Nihal, where is Nihal?
We can
Okay.
can just find him.
Nihal.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
this.
for example, if he
Okay.
finish third and get 10 points, 11 points or something, so he will suddenly enter in top 10, top 7 or something. So this is interesting.
By the way, even top 5. Yeah, look at this.
Yes,
Top 5 is 44 points.
So it's not fully close, and this tournament could be crucial. Points could be crucial for the FIDE circuit in future. Anyway, I'm here for two announcements, and so one more time I will do this announcement. One of the very important things is that today, first time that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al Sariki, the Crown Prince of Fujairah, is going to visit this club. And in the closing ceremony, he will be the main guest, one of the main guests. So this is going to be a very important thing for Fujairah Chess Club. And second, after the World Cup, first week of December, Fujairah Chess Club is going to host some round robin norm events, GM, IM, WGM. So something is very interesting is coming that they want to give chances to the youngsters from Middle East and from Asia, talented youngsters, that to score some valuable norms. And the plan is to create the environment that it should be a very high norm chances. That rating of the player should be high. The active players will participate. So in that way, something very nice. I think I'm saying initiative taken by Fujairah Chess Club, which is coming soon, and we will update you about this. So this is one of the two information I want to share.
Nicholas, this is truly amazing that everyone is supporting also not only the players already established for professionals, but also the rising generation, all the children. Again, we were also discussing Saleh Salem, we were discussing also Ruda, who is playing in the Masters tournament, that all the kids who are watching up on those and want to become them one day.
Yeah, this is the sometimes issue happen with the young kids that they want to play for norm, but it's not so easy to go to Europe always and get the perfect conditions. So I think this is a very nice initiative and will going to help so many players. So let's see what is happening on the board now.
Let's go.
Board number 1.
Let's
is
go
there any
back
change?
to 1. Yes, we. Oh. Okay, I don't know what was last discussed with you. I think by the way, I went up in the playing hall, and this was the move I saw. Was played by Alain Pichot. So again, we were discussing here this a5 move. Yeah, the main point is that king on f8 is not allowing rook to enter. Yes. And for that reason, I mean, this a5 move is just perfect because we were discussing this position. King would be on d7, a5 would be not. I mean, it could have been possible, maybe immediately on rook f8, rook 8, and suddenly some activity for the rook. But no, now king is on f8. And this is completely different story. So a5 is played, and you cannot even take, right?
Yes.
So he tries his best. The idea is if a6 is played, c6, cutting the way for the pawn to be, and maybe activate the rook like this. But what did Pranav play? He played rook e6.
Rook e6, yes.
Okay, so not allowing.
I think it's now white in full control. The problem is that already white have this one pass pawn, maybe from here, so you cannot leave this area so much, and that structure is very weird still with double pawn. So
yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime b pawn moves, and these pawns are going to be weak.
Yeah.
But
So I think this game will end it with because that rule of double weakness, more
Yeah.
than two weakness, and you cannot handle both sides of the board with the king, especially the king is like.
And I absolutely love this rook e6 move, it's just cutting all opportunities. So rook d7 was played, so still trying to enter somewhere. But now a b, so he calculated all entrance with the rook on d3 or d2, and rook b6. So now two pawns, two extra pawns.
Now, okay, he can enter down now, but
he went rook d4, current position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the current position what we have on the board also, and
for example here.
Okay, so again, big problem. Yet two extra passers. It's not so easy. And how do you? Of course, this is a.
This is going to fall soon, but whatever you're going to play here, a4, c4, a5.
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid of a4.
A4 take a5. Yes. Even he can go for here for. There's two ideas. No, but you can continue to play a6 even here. Just continue to play a6. If he plays c4, now you can come to rook's king or even rook. I don't know.
Because
rook c6 one, rook c6. Yeah.
Because rook, I am afraid that if we go into this.
No. You don't need to go there. I think you don't need to go there.
But you have then to stop this pawn, yeah. Then you have to come with a king.
King. Yeah. Take king here.
Now he's having right now, he has half an hour, very comfortable.
Yes, very comfortable, yes.
He's going to think maybe for 10 minutes. Let's see how much he sent, just 2 minutes. Okay, he will think maybe 5 more minutes.
So, Angelika, you are doing commentary from day one till now. You watch all the games all the time. If you have to name 2, 3 players, according to you, who played really well in this tournament, whom you will count?
Okay, surely Pranav, that's like 100%. Tabatabai was always, he started with a loss, by the way. This is very important.
Yes.
He lost the first round, then he started to win.
Back,
and he just had such a huge comeback. And again, he lost the round 7. And after that, he comes back yesterday with a victory. He's striking back all the time. And I would say Fujairah. This is definitely like this would be like top 3, I would say.
I think if I have to say, like Sanan was playing a nice chess in his start, but somehow after the loss against Tabatabai, I think he I don't know, he lost the motivation or something. Like he cannot win the tournament. No, it's happened. No, like he thought, okay, I can win the tournament. But after that loss, he feel like, oh, I'm not going to win now or something. I don't know why.
Yeah, sometimes it's psychological happened for sure.
Yes. Because in his start, he was playing really nice chess. One of the, I think, and
yeah, because yesterday he was thinking at the 4th move at position who knows everybody, who knows that d5 should be a move, and he was thinking there for half an hour. So yeah, and by the way, we have moves in coming. So that would be, I think, top 3 players for me. But also Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yes, I think 2 more players. Abhimanyu Mishra played really well, and this Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
If you see, no matter what, he was always in top 4 tables. He did a really good job then.
Yes, he did. Okay, so let's see. Check. So rook d4 was moved. So just did a couple of check. Okay, it's very smart, of course. This is called technique. Yeah, this is called technique. Giving a couple of checks. Now, if you go forward, I mean, this pawn is going to be a problem. So he will get like 2 extra pawns on the king side, and then it's going to be the same variation of what we were discussing, only with extra pawns, because this pawn falls anyway. And
I think he did. Pranav did the insurance with this move. Okay, now nothing will happen.
And now if king goes to J8, you just cut.
Yes.
You just cut there, and
now a4. I think you need to play
the same idea, but then suddenly there is no move. By the way, how do you do it to the back?
I think here you have to play rook a7. No doubt about it.
Yeah. And then maybe king.
You come here, yeah.
king here,
No,
and
but
maybe a6.
oh, yeah, a6 also important. Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
1 minute,
oh,
1
wow.
minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. A6 is not possible, I think, because of rook c4 is coming. So
Oh,
we need
yes,
to be
we have to
careful.
play
Yeah, we
this.
need to be careful. Yeah, yeah.
And the problem here is, I think that here you have to return. Oh,
1 minute, 1 minute. I think take the pawn. What is happening? Yeah, because he cannot take rook g4.
because I mean the problem is
No, you have to play rook b3 to stop the rook to come back, I think.
king b3.
King b3, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and then rook.
No, but this is too risky. Why
Yeah, this
Pranav will
is
go?
very
Pranav will go
risky.
here.
Yeah.
Go back. I think this is too risky to.
Wait, we have this position live. We have this live. a4 played,
Take
a5,
a6.
and sorry, rook a4. This is the last move.
Okay.
So this is the current position. Again, rook a7 is forced. So, I mean, we can wait for a move, but I think it's going to be played. I mean, no matter what.
Yeah,
I'll wait. Rook b5. No, yeah, rook a7 he played. So looks like c4.
C4.
What else?
Yes. But what do you think? In c4, he need to come back down.
After c4, I mean, it looks like king has to come, because what else are you going to play? I mean, f5 doesn't work. It's just too fast. Or maybe there could be some f5 move. I'm not sure. No, this is a bit tricky. So here I think what previous move what happened is Pranav calculated all of these lines.
He's enough time on clock, so you need to be careful here.
Yes.
Okay, so one thing is very clear. I think that position, even without giving check, was very looking more nice, because
Rook
because rook was not in the on the same file with the pawn.
Yes.
I think so. Playing directly a4, a5.
Yes, we can show it one more
Was
time.
helping. Yeah.
So instead of the check, which was given immediately
a4, take a5, because here you have a a6, and then rook will move to c6 to meanwhile to looking the pawn, or even he will be there only, rook b8, either rook b6 on, bring the king
just
now.
king, yes.
Yeah.
He will come here, and now again
you cannot take, because a7 is game over.
Yes, there is going to be check and promotion.
Everything is set on perfect place, actually, that position.
And here, if for example king goes forward, then takes here. Then you can take the pawn, you're in time. And if you take, by the way, look at this.
This a7 is over, no? Because
a7, if you go back and check.
Check.
But
even if you come down, he can take even he can take rook into.
Rook h7.
Yeah, rook h7.
Just taking extra pawn, and then this is going to be game over. Wow. So maybe it was even a bit better. But
okay, now he played a6. Yeah. Now this is, let's see. So yesterday also he finished really well endgame. So he's good in endgame. He finished well. So I think this game will over any moment, and maybe we'll have the champion of the tournament.
Wow. Yes, I'm truly remarkable what he has done. We were all discussing it. He had struggled in a couple of games. It was, I believe, against Sugiura, and also yesterday Manu Mishra had huge chances, but he bailed out. I mean, he found the best way, and I think also strategy which he used was so perfect for this tournament because of the time control.
Yes.
He was making decisions fast. I don't know how he was able to do it, because usually that's the most
actually
difficult.
The point is, I want to just mention that he's working with Waka Anand Academy, Vishnathan Anand Academy, and I think you can say he is having the best resources for opening preparations. His second team, the people are helping him, could be one of the best. So I think these things are helping them, because Waka is already working with Gukesh successfully, with Pragyananda, Vaishali. So they already had good team of good ideas, and I think this is helping him a lot. And another point is that in Chennai Open, he played Chennai Open just before this tournament, super strong Chennai Open, where where 𝐤𝐸𝐬 was playing, and Arjun was playing, Giri was playing. So I think that experience also helped him to perform here.
Truly.
Yeah. So this is helping. Like, so many players are playing here, and they are going Grand Swiss. So when you play events like this, there is two risks. Sometimes you lost so much energy, But sometimes if you are so young, this is could be very, very interesting for you, helpful for you, because you come to the shape directly.
It brings you to the rhythm.
Yes, yes, yes. That is so. Definitely, for if someone is little more age, will be don't like to play so many events back to back because of energy. But here, I think it's fine.
Yeah,
So
I truly I agree with you, definitely. I mean, it can be different, but even even if something will not work well for the Grand Swiss, for sure here I think many players can be happy with the result. We also saw some of the players withdraw from the last round.
yes, yes.
Of course, this is what tough tournaments makes it. And again, we have the best of the best in the field, 42 super strong
all grandmasters. Nobody is going to get norm.
And no, and I think everyone, I mean, it's someone has to play lower board, someone has to lose because this is chess.
You know, yesterday some happened. I'm not going to mention the player name because everyone is respected. Yesterday we were sitting in media room, me, Pavel, and we were discussing about. Suddenly we remember that name. Oh, he's also playing here. I'm not going to mention the name, and he's one of the very strong player. But he was playing in back table, so we completely miss him that he's playing here. So this has happened. Like for example, if you go Grand Swiss, what is going to happen?
The
2600 is
same.
going to play in the last table. So chess is growing really well, and this is very nice to see so much this kind of events where everyone is the master, everyone is super strong, anyone can beat anyone. So surprise winner will definitely come here. So but
Of
yes,
course.
and this is very nice for youngsters like Pranav, Abhimanyu, like Andrew Yong, Ju Jenner. So
Definitely,
okay.
100%. And we have move on the board. King E2 was played.
I think he's going in the right
Yeah.
direction. What we are discussing here.
Yes, a similar idea what was happening. And again, like if rook would take here, there is always some rook b7 or rook c7, maybe more precise rook c7
Yes,
to
yes,
keep
yes.
an eye on this pawn. Threat of a7, rook,
And then
rook c7. So again, black will have to go back, but then pawn is already on 7th rank, and again the threat would be rook c8. King comes here.
Tournament a lot, and I'm so happy that we all are the part of this Fujairah Global Chess Championship, and soon now you will have GM expert comment again here. So I'm leaving. Thank you so much. Thank you, Angelika.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for everything. As dear viewers, we are going to pursue just in a moment. And welcome back, dear viewers. Now, Viorel, you're also back.
Yeah.
While you were on the break, we were discussing many things, and also the first board, mainly we were focusing on it, and there has been some developments. So the pawns were traded, and we have this position with the extra pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, basically, black is not only pawn down, but also his king is cut. So this is like, okay, I don't know if black can save. Probably no chances here, yeah. King is in time to...
Now rook c7, pawn is already on a7.
Actually, yeah, this is...
Okay, this is what we discussed,
Yeah,
yeah,
this
sorry.
is the current
This is
position.
analysis.
So, yeah, rook takes a4, rook b7 or rook c7, and the game is
A7.
over. Yeah, it's, you cannot save this one. No, it's just lost. I mean, I don't... There is not even one small scenario where black can save this game. I don't know. That's even not a trick, actually.
So,
Not even a single trick.
yeah, I
just-
think Alan Pichot knows that he has 30 seconds on the clock. Let's see which moves he's going to play. I think maybe he'll just wait with the king. He will just say, okay, what you're going to do. But of course, white has a simple way of playing. He can bring the king to d3, take a pawn, then push f5.
No, okay, black can defend the pawn. I mean, let's just stay with the king. This
King
and
h8
or h6, yeah, or h6. So now, what is the plan?
f5.
Yeah? F5, you believe? Yeah, okay. Black takes, what takes, keep waiting, hf6, keep waiting.
Okay, now it's important. Now maybe rook g7 and a7, and
Yeah,
it's already
exactly.
winning.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, not even one small chance for black.
Not even possible to
Not
wait.
even, yeah, it's just, yeah, and actually what happened in the game, it was rook c4 and king d1, yeah? Okay, yeah, so only white, black straight. By the way, probably winning was also rook b7.
Oh.
Or not? Yeah, because a7, c1, a8, and rook c8.
Ah.
And rook c8.
And queen a2.
And queen is guarding the squares here. King h8, no,
No
checkmate,
checks.
no checks, yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
still possible, yeah? Still was possible.
Everything is possible. Everything but with the blunder.
Yeah,
Yes.
so king d1, c2, and rook c6. Okay, this is probably the best try for black. So now white transposed to that game that we had. I mean, white is transposing to the position with rook on a8. Now black is forced to play the rook on c6 because you cannot longer keep the rook on the 7th because rook g8 check. And now we have, do you remember we had an endgame a couple of days ago with the structure f2, g3, but black pawn was on a g4 and white couldn't create a passed pawn.
Yes.
I don't remember what was the
forgot
game.
I forgot who played. Yes.
Yeah, but comparing to that game, white can create the passed pawn f, yeah? So, okay, just a small demonstration. You know that to win this game, you don't need the king, yeah? So look at the position. So white, okay, I mean, black is just keep waiting, and the plan is just to play the move f5.
Yes, and you just.
And next move is
f6.
f6, yes.
And the king will have either to move to f7 or take the pawn, and then it will come rook h8 or rook f8.
Exactly. So basically, you don't need the king. You don't need the king to win this game. And yeah, actually, all happened. King f7, king takes c2. By the way, I can win without even
taking the pawn. Who needs the pawns anyway?
Exactly.
Yeah?
So the pawn is equal here in this. Not yet. Okay, white.
To spare one move. And by the way, he did play f5. He did
play
go
f5.
for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think soon we will have a resignation here. I mean, wow, unbelievable. Yeah, that. Yeah, basically he was in a situation that you don't really need to win. You trade pieces. If your opponent finds all the moves, it's a draw. Yeah. And Pichot just made a couple of inaccuracies, and the game is.
And by the way, we have result. I don't know if you announced it already. Jose Martinez won against Sam Shankland.
Okay, this is great. This is great. And did he find all the moves? Yeah, he did. He did actually.
Okay, it was after rook g2.
He did trade the rooks, b5.
And the result on the first board, the resignation. Alan Pichot resigns, and it's Pranav, who is with 7 points winning the tournament.
Wow.
Viorel, your reaction?
Yeah, we have the winner. Honestly, I didn't expect that someone could score 7 points in this tournament. It looks like impossible. I mean, okay, 6.5. Yeah, it's mathematically this is like sharing first, but to have 7, what a great performance for Pranav. Okay, I mean you have to be lucky, but also his strategy. I like very much his strategy. Yeah, he was playing this provocative. When you feel you are in shape, you play this provocative kind of chess. Yeah, risky chess. Yeah, you give chances to your opponent, but at the same time you have the chances too, and it works. This strategy worked, and he won the tournament.
And also his very good strategy with the clock. He was always playing fast, making fast decisions. I think that's something what also contributed to this huge victory for Pranav. And by the way, now we have the current leaderboard of the FIDE circuit. That's what we were discussing with Niklesh. So winning these strong events where top 8 players, there should be some average rating, and these events are included on the website of FIDE, and they're included in the FIDE circuit leaderboard. The player who gets the point has the chance to get a spot in the candidates, to get into the world championship cycle. That's what we discussed. That's amazing. This FIDE circuit makes chess so inclusive that any player playing just open tournaments can get a spot in the candidates. Currently, it's Praggnanandhaa, as you can see here. It's Praggnanandhaa who is leading the FIDE circuit. After him, with 107 points, and Giri and Abdusattor. And Pranav, after the victory, he's getting the maximum amount of points. It has to be also calculated by the arbiters. But currently, Pranav has, I believe, 8 points. And yeah, okay, first of all, of course, the difference between Praggnanandhaa and Giri, as you can see, 107 points against 52. Also, I think also different how many events they played, because top 7.
And probably the quality of the tournaments, yeah? I mean,
Definitely.
if you play a tournament like St. Louis or a close tournament, part of a Grand Chess Tour, of course, it's more important than winning, let's say, an open event.
What I remember that last year, Norway Chess was not part of it because they had only 6 players. So there was a special rule that 8 players, at least 8 players have to be there, and special closed events are in, and open tournaments with, I believe, 40 and more participants or 50 and more participants. So there are like some specific regulations. Dear viewers, you can also check on the FIDE website. If you Google for FIDE circuit, it's a special, it's a new thing. It's just for a couple of years now, and we have seen that players qualifying from them. And here we have also the website, the 2700 Chess, where we see all the live ratings right now. So one of the spots which getting to the candidates is also via the rating spot. And the first player ready to qualify for the candidates is Fabiano Caruana, because he was in the top of the leaderboard of the FIDE circuit last year. So that's how he got the spot. Then again, we have the FIDE circuit spot from this year. This is going to be another place. Then there will be 3 places from the World Cup and 2 places from the Grand Swiss, which is going to take place just in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And 1 more spot is the rating spot. So this is how it is for the.
So you have many chances to qualify for the candidates, yeah?
Many. Earlier, it was less inclusive. I believe it was less inclusive because there were almost always similar people are playing, and from the previous candidates we have seen, because I believe Łukasz qualified from the FIDE circuit spot, if I'm not mistaken, because he won the Chennai Grandmaster, and he got qualification through the FIDE circuit to the candidates, which brought him to winning the candidates with incredible field and winning the championship match. It was first edition of the Chennai Grandmasters. We just got confirmation from producer. So it was an incredible victory for him. It was, I think, like November, December. So one of the last events of the year, he's winning it, and he's getting the first FIDE circuit point. The first player to get this first place in the FIDE circuit leaderboard.
Amazing.
And yeah, and there was like also this history, if you remember. There was a rating spot.
Yeah.
Who will get it? Then Dominguez came to play. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it was 𝐒𝐡𝐴𝐷, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I think he
an
came
open tournament in Spain, yeah, just to get the.
And then he played all the Indians, lower rating, and he couldn't beat them.
Yeah.
And then Alireza was playing these matches, if you remember.
Yeah,
First he played matches.
A couple of matches in France, in his hometown.
And they were not rated because they were not announced properly.
Yeah.
And then he played the open tournament, and he got extra rating points. And with that rating, he got a rating spot. But now, looks like, we just looked at the ratings. It looks like Nakamura is the one who might get the rating spot. So very interesting. I mean, how... And for sure, every player's dream is to get into the World Championship cycle and to fight for the crown of the World Championship.
Everyone wants to become a world champion, that's for sure. And we have 2 more games still in progress in the leaders group. And Donchenko plays with Tabata Bey. And from after Bishop D2, we have so much action, yeah. After knight d7, a b6. Wow, what a move played by Donchenko here. B6. Incredible move. You just bring your knight to b5, knight n8, if queen a3, rook a5. Wow. Okay, very strong play, by the way, by German grandmaster. He is much better here thanks to bishop's pair and pawn d3, pass pawn on d3. So we have this endgame, rook d2, yeah. Okay, white is better, but black is very close to equalize. I mean, still the rook on h5 is misplaced. I mean, need some time to bring it back. Bishop to e4, and probably black can even play a move like f5 if I'm f5, bishop f5, bishop f5, rook f5, rook d3. Yeah. But probably white is still slightly better after bishop e3. So what do we have now is the move bishop e4, attacking the pawn h7, protecting the pawn d3. f5 is one of the move. Maybe black can, if g6, rook b5, then yeah, this is probably his idea.
I just got information, sorry, returning
Yeah.
to the topic of the World Championship cycle about Nakamura, because we touched the topic, our producer brought us some information that Nakamura, because there are many, currently there are many the freestyle tournaments, freestyle events which are taking place where Nakamura is taking part. One of the classical chess, recently what he played, it was, I think the last one was Norway chess. And I don't remember other tournaments he played classical chess, maybe a US Cup, maybe there was, he was participating, but he didn't have so many classical games. And in order to get the rated spot, you have to play at least 30 games throughout the year against the top 100.
With classical chess, yeah. Of course,
Yes.
freestyle events are not.
No, they're not counting.
Yeah.
And what we see right now, there is the 2025 Louisiana State Championship entry list, the tournament. I don't know when it's going to take place, but there are registered players there. And the registered player is Hikaru Nakamura, with the players.
Yeah, so it's Louisiana. It's like the championship of the street, yeah, of Sharjah, maybe you can say.
Coffee shop championship.
Coffee shop championship, yeah. And but yeah, he just needs the number of games, yeah. This is the point, yeah.
So what I'm looking
Okay.
right now, it's a Jakob Agar tweet right now, so that he's discussing this entry list and that Hikaru Nakamura is there, and that this pass to the candidates is not.
Okay, yeah. If you want to become a world championship, first you need to win Louisiana state. I don't know what is the name of the tournament.
State championship.
State
yes.
championship, yeah. So yeah, it's actually the system is very simple. Yeah, you cannot become a world championship if you are not a Louisiana championship first.
Yes.
This is the conclusion.
So
Yeah.
Nakamura wants to become
Yeah.
one, and that's what we're ready. And welcome back, dear viewers. We have here the winner of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship 2025 with us. Pranav is in the studio. Huge congratulations, Pranav, for this victory. How do you feel yourself, and how was the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I feel very happy, and I think the tournament was pretty smooth for me. Like apart from I think my game against Sugiro, all the games were fine. I mean, yesterday against Mishra, I played the opening, and I did not really I did not realize that I was in a worse position during the game, and I was actually upset that I did not manage to win that. But after when I went back and checked my opening, he was just +1 or something, I was like, okay, it was a fine result. So, but other than that, yeah, it was smooth. Yeah.
Okay, let's move to today's game. Could you please just maybe briefly show us some key moments in the game, or some short summary of how it happened for you? We saw that you were following one of the games, by the way, till some moment.
Yeah, actually, it was. I played with D3 a lot, and I thought he would play Archangels because he had played a few games here, and also he had played a lot before this. But he chose this line, and yeah, I knew till this move, but after that he was still blitzing out here, Bishop C2, and then did this, and here I was just I mean I did not know what to do, whether to keep the queens, because if I, let's say, play queen c2, I'll just play queen f5.
Well, it's a practical decision. You just trade queens and
Yeah.
play slightly better endgame.
And this person, I mean, I think it should be like here. If you had played b5, I think it should be not an easy draw, but at least his play should have been easier there. But he played king f8, which I think maybe is inaccurate because of this move. I'm not sure if he missed it, because after takes and rook d1, I get the d5, and also it's very difficult for him to keep the king and rook, because he played rook d4. I just played king e2 with the idea of rook d3 and king e3. And my play was very easy here, because I can just push the pawns, and he cannot really bring the rook, because whenever he tries to bring it to the first rank, I just trade the rook. So, and if he moves the king away from the e file, I'll get my rook on d7. So I think, yeah, I mean, already here I thought it should be winning, and yeah, I played I mean, this was just desperation, I think. But after this, I just had to calculate a bit here, a5. I took, and yeah, here I just saw that after a4, a5, and then rook a7, I'll just play a6, and then I will play f5, and then if he takes gf5, gf5, I will play rook a8, and then push a7, and basically that's what happened here, and f5, and if he takes, I'll just take gf5, and then push f6. If it goes king f7, rook h8, and it's yeah. I think it was a smooth game somehow.
Yeah, truly, I mean, impressive that I mean, you're already discussing the 6.5 should be enough. Even if someone catches you because of the tie breaks, you should still get the clear first. But it was impressive that you even managed to get 7 points. Is it your best tournament so far performance?
I think so, yeah. Maybe this is my best actually, because last year, I mean, I won Dubai Police. I scored 7 points there also, but I did not like beat like 26, like about 2650, that like that many players there, I think. But here I won against three, like 2630 above. So I think this is my best performance. Yeah.
You played so many good games on this tournament. What is like? Which game do you want to mention? Maybe the best game of yours.
I think it should be my game. I think it's two games. One versus Nihal or versus Amin. I mean, both were important, because against Nihal, just a week before, I had lost in Chennai. So
Yes.
Revenge.
yeah. So it was nice to win a game against him, and also Amin's game, because I think that's where I got the lead, and basically that game was very important, and also it was very tense for me, because okay, he's a very strong player, and I also had a reputation in my game, but I choose to play for a win, because I thought it was not that much risk for me, and yeah, I think those two games were my best here.
Yeah, that's what we're also discussing. I mean, when we just arrived at the first round, you just played against Nihal Sarin with reverse colors.
Yeah.
In the closed event. Now you come to the open. Okay, we can say it's closed open. It's hard to say because so many strong players. And how surprised were you when you saw the pairings?
I think I knew quite a while before itself, just by seeing the list that I will play Nihal. And even that game I did not really prepare anything special. I just played the usual stuff, and yeah, somehow it worked. And that start helped me till this much. Yeah.
How did you enjoy overall Fujairah Global Chess Championship, the club? Because it was just made. It was basically not renovated, as we were discussing. It was just built recently, and there is a big also queen at the entrance when you go there. I mean, how did you enjoy it?
Honestly, I just did not even see the club, because I just came to my game and went back. So I did not have time to check it. Maybe I'll check afterwards. But yeah, I mean, the place itself, it's very good. Like the hotel and all the stuff. So also my tournament went well. So yeah, this is a very special tournament.
Yeah, and also, it's a first edition, and you winning it. Are you looking forward to coming back for the next?
Yeah, of course. And also, funnily, the Dubai Police which I won, it was also the first edition. So
Oh.
somehow the first editions, I have some luck with it. So
So what's your plans for the future? What you're going to play in the next, what are your next tournaments?
Yeah, I'm playing Grand Swiss. It starts in 2 or 3 days, and then after that, I'm playing Romanian League. And yeah, after that, I don't have anything planned.
So good preparation for Grand Swiss.
Yeah. No, actually, it's a different time control there, and there is a lot of time there because it's like 100 minutes, and then you get 50 minutes. I mean, here it was just 90 plus 30. But yeah, anyway, it was a good warm up playing all the strong players. Yeah.
And maybe one more question. We were all discussing that with the victory in this such a strong tournament, you're getting this FIDE circuit points. How special is it for you? We checked you don't have so many for now, but with this victory, you're boosting at least to top 20. So how is important this race to get into the championship cycle?
Yeah, I was not really thinking about that, and I mean, it's of course nice to get circuit points, and I mean, if I play a few tournaments, a few more tournaments well like this, maybe yeah. But I was not thinking about it, and yeah, next I think mainly I'll just focus about Grand Swiss because I think top 2 or top 3 gets the direct spot, so I don't really want to play many tournaments and win it. So.
Okay, if you have any other questions?
No,
No?
just congratulations. Well,
Amazing.
we were following you through all the tournament. Amazing play, actually. I like very much your approach to chess. And yeah, congratulations one more time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, and we wish you all the best of luck for the Grand Swiss. And looking forward to see you in Fujairah next year.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Dear viewers, we are going on a short break. You're going to see an interview with the winner of the Masters tournament, because here in Fujairah there are many events. The winner of the Masters tournament has done an interview together with Aditya. So please, dear viewers, stay for more from Fujairah.
And you have won probably your first major international tournament?
Yeah, this is for sure the best performance I've had internationally, at least, so yeah, I'm very happy.
Okay, how was your experience coming to first Abu Dhabi, then Fujairah, if you want to share?
I was very excited to play since it's a very strong tournament, so I prepared a lot, and because I knew everyone here was very strong, so I knew it was going to be a great opportunity no matter what happens just to learn a lot, so I'm very happy, especially since I also won Abu Dhabi Blitz, so I consider this trip very successful.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi Blitz was very interesting because you defeated Lasvik, because that was the only unbeaten game for him, and from there you carried on your form here. Wonderful. So what is next for you?
So after this, I'm going to go back to New York, and I guess school starts, and I'm not sure my next tournaments. I guess the US Masters is a really strong one that's going to come up, and then St. Louis Masters. So that's currently the plan. Maybe something will come up, but okay, for now, that's the plan.
Okay, you played some fantastic games in the tournament. Which game do you want to show first?
We can show my first decisive game. Round 1 does not count because I had a forfeit win, okay? And I drew round 2. So round 3 was against 𝐒𝐤𝐻𝐻, strong Indian international master. You know, all these Indians are very strong. So I decided to play this B5 move. It's good to fight for a win. And I played this once against Andy Woodward in the U.S. Junior Championship. The game ended up in a draw, but I had a nice position, so I thought might as well play it again. And okay, around here was the critical moment. So he played this bishop h3 move, which I didn't really consider. I mean, it's very creative. Obviously, the idea is knight 6 f7, and then king f7, bishop e6, queen e6, knight g5, and I get forked. So I went knight d7, rook e1, queen d8, and I didn't expect him to do this, but he went for the sack. So we get this position, and keep in mind this was still around 10 a.m., so I mean, maybe he was just trying to play fast and put pressure on the clock, because I think I was down in time. And here I made a big error. I took f3. I kind of underestimated how much of a great position he had, because I mean, I could have just won knight f8, which I saw, but I thought it was a bit weird, because I have to walk my king to e8. Like, I saw this line, but I just thought, okay, this looks a bit weird. Like, my knight on f8, king on e8, big pin by the rook and queen. I didn't know how to evaluate this, so I took f3, but he played this nice move c4. Eventually here, and white's just better, because I mean, my pieces are kind of tied down. When he gets a position like this, okay, he has 2 pawns, and he can always get the rook whenever he wants for the bishop. So, and it's not like I have like 2 bishops for the rook. It's 2 knights, which is not as great. So white's definitely better, but he played this d5, which I thought was really weird, because that just gives the pawn. I mean, if he just goes like bishop f4 or something, just keeps the pressure. I mean, white's just better, I think, objectively, because I would have to sack. But okay, I mean, my queen is misplaced. This bishop's also misplaced because he can go like c5, a3, trap my bishop on b4. So I didn't really like my position, but I think he just forgot I could take the pawn, because after I played this, he just had a facial reaction, and I realized that he just made a big mistake, and he kind of never recovered. And then eventually I consolidated something like this. So now I have 2 knights for the rook and pawn. But I think so. And it took a while, but eventually we get this, and then all the squares are weak, and eventually I won the game. So that was my first real win of the tournament. So that felt nice. So I guess we can go to round 4 now.
Yeah.
I'll go do this. Yeah, against Aditya.
Yeah, Aditya.
I know he's doing master norm, so Abu Dhabi as well, and I went with black, so now I had white. So yeah, the opening I went knight c3, up close to Sicilian. Decided to stick to what I've been playing recently, and okay, he kind of confused me with the move order, because he did this like queen c7 or rook b8, queen b8, and he did like delayed castling. But I thought this was just good for me. I mean, usually the idea for black is to like castle with the knight on d7, stuff like that, and then white goes a5, knight a4, knight b6. But okay, we get something around this, bishop d4, castles, knight d5. Obviously, if you take with the pawn, I take, and then I'm attacking this bishop and this bishop at the same time. So we took with the bishop. This is a very common structure in the Najdorf. I kind of wasted some time with the bishop, so it's fine for black, but I like this rook a4 move because it's prophylaxis against something that you would never expect. So you may think, okay, I mean, anything's fine for black. Queen c7, g6. He goes e4. I mean, what could be wrong with e4? What could rook a4 do to stop e4? But I have this move. And then, no matter what you do, g6, or what he did with d8, I take e4. Very, very common sacrifice. And basically, his position is totally dominated. So we get to this, and the bishops just control every square. I'm just going to push my pawns, take this one, and then, okay. I just loved this position. This is my favorite position of the tournament, because, I mean, look at this, like, everything's just completely stuck. And yeah, my piece was just dominating, like, I guess go c6, and okay, the game is over. So this was a fairly smooth win on the double round, so that was a good win. But the next one was really crucial for me, because I had to beat the tournament leader at the time. Well, okay, after this game, but I guess, should I show this game? Okay, might as well. I was thinking to show this one, but okay, this game was also interesting. I forgot about this game. Yeah, so I actually lost to Anuj in Abu Dhabi. That was my only loss, I guess, in Blitz and main event. He played d4 there. I mean, I know he plays everything, so I kind of expected to switch it up, play e4. And I decided to play 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐴 Dragon, which I've never played before, but I want to fight for win. I guess he prepared for my game against 𝐒𝐚𝐲, with knight c6, bishop b5. I guess that's what he was preparing. So I knew up to like here, b5 was the idea. Take, and okay, I think best lines like take. I mean, one of the best lines like take, queen b5, and then knight e4, and it's double edged because I have the d and e pawns, he has the a and b pawns. It's double edged. So eventually he goes for a4 here, basically trading the b pawn for this a pawn. So he's gonna get a passed pawn. So if I can blockade that pawn and consolidate, then I'll be fine. Otherwise, white is doing well. And okay, so I think here I started like taking over the game, because he expected knight d7, I think, but I played bishop h6. I want to keep this bishop on the board. And okay, bishop f1's can't explain that move exactly. The most natural move is b6, which is what he did. But then I have this move d5. And already here, I felt I was taking over the game, because I mean the pawn looks nice, but I actually can't move because my rook and bishop are here. And you have nowhere way to attack my rook because my bishop's covering this diagonal. Like, I can always go bishop f4. and the rook is just stuck here. So already here, I was optimistic, and then we were getting in some time pressure sooner than later, and bishop f4. Yeah, there's one funny line, like g3. Okay, this is a funny trap. So you may think bishop a2 is winning, but I saw us during the game, it actually loses to queen d8, rook d8, gf4, bishop b1, rook a8, queen d6, take, and bishop a7, and I have no checks. It's crazy. I saw this during the game, and I was like, oh wow. But he told me after the game he didn't see this line. So I mean, maybe I could have gone for it, okay. I just went back with the bishop, and I think his crucial error was around here. So he played bishop a6, giving me the pawn. Apparently the edges still thinks it's equal, but I mean, it's hard for white to make a move. I mean, I think rook 8 is the only move. He goes for queen c8, which is like one of the natural moves, because your pawn's here. But I just go king g7. There's no threats. Rook a8, I must have like bishop b7, I think. I think this is working. I think this, yeah, this does work. And then, okay, you just lose your queen. So rook e1 was the final mistake, because now I just, I got this position, and then, yeah, this diagonal was just busted, and okay, queen c3 was played, I think, f6. And okay, his rook is stuck, and his bishop stuck defending this pawn, so he basically just down a rook and a bishop, basically. And eventually, the final combination was bishop c5. Okay, rook c7 is like apparently cleaner, but I thought this was easy. Queen f3, rook e7, take, king h6. I have to go queen e2, stop the mate. But then I check, here, check. And the nice, most accurate way to finish it is to give this check, and then queen g2, and then king e1, queen g1, I win the rook. So that was a nice revenge game, I guess. Just a very strong player. So now, okay, I was 4.5 out of 5 against 𝐒𝐤𝐬, who was on perfect score. So this game was interesting because okay, he plays everything obviously, like he knows what he's doing. So I go c5. I was hoping for no accelerated dragon, get a fight, but okay, he went c3. And it's already very difficult here to decide what to do with black. You have so many options. You can go g6, you can go e6, you can go knight f6, knight c6. I decided to be solid, d5. And it's exchange slot, which you may think, okay, it's just draw. But okay, he wanted to play. Position was pretty boring for most of the game. And we got king h7 here. So white's trying to make progress, but okay, this is like kind of the max that he could get. So he decides to go for it with queen d6. Mainly because my time situation, see I'm down 20 minutes. So he thought this was a good try. Maybe during the game he thought he was winning, but it's not winning, I don't think. So rook c7. I think what he missed was d4. Very important move, d4. The most natural move, queen d6, is just not good because I just take f7 and then I double my rooks, and then white is better. d4 is very important because now rook f7, I have queen a5 check, or bishop c6. Those both are good. And then you have to go b4, queen a3, and black is doing well. So bishop c6 after d7. He allows this. He goes for the sack, and basically his point is it's like another game where white has like a pawn d7 on the 7th rank, and maybe he thought he had a way to just get this pawn through, but the problem is you need to get the bishop to a square that can defend this pawn, and then bring your rook to a8 to attack my queen. But that just wasn't possible. So I'm queen a5. This is forced. Take. Queen d5. Bishop c4. Important not to go queen d1 because bishop d3 check, and he promotes. Queen d6 only move. Take a6. Now the next step was to bring the king around to stop the pawn so my queen could be free. So I walked my king to f6, a4, e5. And here I was still thinking like it's probably gonna be a draw because yes, I do have the queen, but his pawn is so powerful that it should just be equal. Yeah, this was a mistake, bishop c2. You need the bishop here to defend the pawn when you go to a6. Unfortunately, I went queen d4 check, gave him another chance, but luckily he didn't see it. He went king e2. That was my one mistake of the game. And now king e7, a5, queen e5, king d2, and then c5, very important. If you go b5 or bc, I have queen d5 check, winning the rook. So he tries to block. I give this check, and then back to d4, and then c4, and then c3, and then queen d2 is a threat now, so he tries to block it again. But then I have queen e5, and the nice finish is queen d5, bishop e4, queen b7, and the pawn gets through. So a6, queen, queen, a7, queen a3, and that was the game. So this was very important for me because he was leading the tournament at the time.
And then you became the sole leader.
Yeah, this is when I became sole leader. Then I played this game against Karthik, which we already saw.
Yes.
I'll just show it briefly again. Just briefly. Just the one moment, it was Sveshnikov, and okay. The one chance I had was after d5. I analyzed this, it's like knight c3. This is the best chance. d4, knight a4, and then b6. I think this engine says it's 0.8, but okay, on higher def I think it's like, okay, 0.4, 0.5, okay, why is good chances, but okay. I probably should have went for this, but based off the turn situation, it wasn't a bad decision to just take and then make the draw. Not the most exciting game, but okay, there was still some interesting moments. But yesterday's game was the key one against Jimmy Jubin, because we were tied for first and I had black pieces. I knew he was an ambitious player, so I knew it would be a fight. So, I mean, it's like so many Indians I've played, they're all super ambitious stuff to play against them. So, this was my surprise. I mean, it's theory, obviously, but I guess he saw my games. I mainly went c6. I mainly went c6 in my games. So I guess this is a little bit surprise for him. But I didn't think about rook d1. I only looked at cd5, like briefly, because he played many different lines within d4. There's players like that where they only play one move, like one d4, one e4, but they play many systems within it, so it's hard to prepare. So I took queen a5, knight b3, queen c7, bishop g3 was what he did, queen c6. Now here I think he can force a draw if he wanted, like knight d4. I think I would have gone queen c5 back. I would have just repeated. But I knew he was ambitious, and he played this a3 move, which is interesting. I didn't consider this move at all. The point is that now, knight d4, queen c5, he has b4. And there's no bishop b4 check in the future. So it was a clever move. Okay, so I took. The point is you have knight a5, obviously, with the fork. Knight c4. And here, okay, b6 is slightly inaccurate. I mean, I was considering playing a5 and knight d5, but okay, b6. I just wanted to get my bishop out. So, I mean, I thought knight d6 was his best move. I wasn't really sure what I was going to do here. I guess it says knight h5, get rid of this bishop, okay, makes sense. But this move's also strong, queen a4. And I think e5 was important, but he told me after the game he considered this, rook d7. And I saw this, but I only thought about b5, rook e7. Takes rook b7, white has 3 pieces, and from my general knowledge, I thought 3 pieces is better than the queen. Apparently it's zeros, but okay, it's very complicated. Very complicated. So I go e5. Queen b5, I saw this. I decided to go for take knight e4. If obviously knight e5, there's knight g3. And black has no problems. So he took with the bishop. Knight e5, bishop f6. Knight c4, bishop 6. So he's up a pawn, but my bishops are super active. My knight's active. His king is stuck here. My rooks are coming in, so I thought I can't be worse. Knight d4, rook f c8. So briefly, I considered knight d6, but I think there's bishop f1, knight c8, bishop g2, rook g1, bishop h3. This knight's stuck. You have to go f3. And then I saw knight g5, and then okay, knight moves, rook bishop d4, rook d4, knight f3. It's about even. So he wanted to keep this extra pawn. He was greedy. So We get this, we trade, and you may think, okay, it's just draw. I mean, obviously I can go rook e and just like force a draw. But I saw knight d6. I thought this was interesting because he has him down a pawn, but my rooks are coming to c2, and he has to be accurate to defend this. He goes knight f3, which I already thought was inaccurate because I have rook e8 now, knight c4 check. King c3, rook c8, king b3, rook e2, rook b1, knight a5. b5 was playing better, which I did consider, but I thought this was the most natural plan to go rook c2. d5, knight c4. Obviously, knight d4, you have rook b2. So I saw during the game, he should just repeat it here. After king b3, I think I have to make a draw. So, but he went rook c1, which gives me chances because then I have b5. Because, okay, it's important you don't take b2. Because king a1, you may then go b5 and then rook c4. Lose the game. So, you have to go b5 here. And there's no rush because these pawns are always be hanging. He goes king a1, saying the same trap, I can't take, but I just take this pawn. And the crucial moment was here, I think. So, already I'm starting to take over the game, but I think this was his last mistake, rook c5. Because obviously he was hoping I take d5 and then rook d5. Rook d5, knight e7. That's what he's hoping for. But I think he's forgot to take g2. And yes, your pawn's on d5, you have the knight and rook supporting it, but this pawn just runs. This pawn's just gonna run. That pawn's just storming down the board. So, knight e7, king h7, another important move because king f8, knight f5, I think. King h7, knight c8. And then okay, so rook d2. And I'm just gonna try to grab those pawns, start pushing my own as well. b3. Here I just repeat to gain some time.
amazingly, competing with the strongest grandmasters in the world.
Yeah,
I mean, men grandmasters.
definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so definitely to me, she's nowadays number one. She's number one in women chess because Hu Yifan is not active anymore, and her
Yep.
rating is already bigger than the world champion. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, also Judith Polgar has higher rating, but she's not in the list any longer. So I think it's going to be time at some moment when Hu Yifan also will be removed from this top leaderboard, and then we will see Zhu and Jun, current reigning women world champion, and Zhu Jiner, and many, by the way, Chinese players in the top 10 in the women chess. And one more time, Zhu Jiner shows with her performance how on which class she has, and it was truly remarkable to watch her games. And maybe some
Well, yeah.
other results. What do we have from today? No, not so much.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
Jose Martinez won against Shankland.
Yeah, this is really amazing. It was just a lesson how to play the Berlin endgame. And by this game, actually, you can improve. By analyzing this game, you can improve your play in the Berlin's endgame. I mean, good performance, good game for Jose Martinez. And yeah, probably he's one of the player that is still improving, little known in classical chess, because mainly we know him from online games, his matches with Kramnik and many other events. But he starts to perform well in classical. For me, this is like something new. Okay, honestly, I was a little bit skeptical by his over the board play, but he proved he's a strong grandmaster and he's still improving.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, many great players we have seen who showed themselves. We show, by the way, also that I mean, Michal Sarin was also trying, even though he had a tough start, he was trying throughout the event to get. He will get also one of the top spaces, but definitely not something what we expected from him. But I think that's what we expected at the beginning of the tournament. We expected to be surprised, and we have been surprised.
Yeah,
Viorel,
definitely.
maybe final words from you, maybe summarize for you how was
Well,
the tournament commentary here
Yeah,
with me.
actually, it was a big pleasure to work with you, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm the coach here in the United Arab Emirates, and for me, it's really nice time to touch the, let's say, the high level of chess. Yeah, because mainly I'm working with the kids. I mean, and somehow for some years I am out of the, let's say, high level chess. And this was for me an opportunity to see a good quality chess, good games, to maybe to show some ideas, maybe some my original ideas or my thoughts about some positions. And well, thank you everyone, the organizers, the media team, our producer who was always here with us, helping us in the to create this material. And thank you, Angelika.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
I wish you good luck for the other events.
Thank you so much, Viorel. It was truly a pleasure working with you. Again, of course, we had a huge team. I mean, behind this tournament, of course, there was a media team. There was also a huge arbiters team because there are so many events. Everything had to be taken under control. We had a fair play team also, thanks to all of them. Let's not forget about our organizers. Of course, they made it all possible. I mean, truly remarkable result of the tournament and so many efforts which they put in. And also we had volunteers for the chess club, and we have seen many of them. They were greeting us at the entrance of the chess club. They were showing where we have to go and so on. So it was truly, and by the way, to drivers, because we had transfers from the hotels to the playing venue. I mean, so many people contributed to such a huge success of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship, and I'm happy that we with you were also part of it. And dear viewers, I think also big thanks is coming to your way. Thank you for following the tournament together with us, and we hope you enjoyed and that you saw it as a great show and great tournament, and so the amazing performance of Pranav V. We're saying goodbye
Yeah.
to all of you, also on behalf of all the from Fujairah staff, I think, Fujairah Global Chess Championship.
Yeah, and let's hope to see you here for the second edition of Fujairah Global Tournament.
And dear viewers, there's going to be an extra perk for you. There will be still a live stream without us, unfortunately, but there will be a live stream of the closing ceremony, which will start at 7 p.m. local time. So tune in for more for the prize giving ceremony, and we'll see you very soon. Bye bye.